have many sources of income in Nigeria, and that if our leaders are honest and truthful and they are ready to work, Nigeria will be among the best country in the world, because we have what it takes. Our leaders are our problem. The only we are not having any problem in Nigeria. The only problem we are having are the leaders. Even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders, and even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders,
even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders,
even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders, and let we the youth start ruling, you will see that everything will go the way it should go. Our leaders are our problem. I'm telling you, they can come and arrest me. If they should kill me, 1,000 people like me will still stand in this country. So that's it. Our leaders are our problem. We are not having any problem with our leaders. Our leaders, they are our problem. How can someone be, see, I don't even know what, because the issue is even annoying. How, even under normal circumstances, apart from their salary, they're not supposed to be giving them wardrobe allowance, all this one allowance, all this one. What is the meaning of that? The money our leaders are collecting a month in some country of the world, some presidents are not collecting it in a year. I'm saying it publicly. So that's all. Someone even compensate me for talking and give me water.
Something's got a hold on me here.
Drinks all around. Family, you don't get to pick the one you get. Just gotta love the one you got.
I always knew this day would come.
I got it.
I don't think you got it.
I held him off for years.
Charlie, get up here.
He's a relentless son of a bitch. Won't stop till he finishes the job. Death is coming for our family.
I said, oh, 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 oh.
Grandma, what's happening to us?
Years ago, I had a premonition that started it all. I saw what death was about to do. I saved a lot of lives that night.
Everyone needs to get off the dance floor!
Lives that were never meant to be saved. But death doesn't like it when you mess with his plans. This book, it will show you everything you need to know to keep our family safe.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist. Watch out!
Only by embracing death will it pass you by.
Maybe death's not actually coming for our family. Because that would be crazy.
Evening.
Please lock your weapon.
Expect a big ping, brother. The whole body's a weapon. Sorry.
When they start to kill me, run. What is that?
My name is Sarah Connor. I hunt Terminators.
He's the most lethal Terminator ever created.
I'm going to help you protect the girl.
So you're Carl?
That's what everyone calls me, yes.
I'm never gonna call you Carl. If we don't win this one, it's all over.
So the question we asked is, what is rice? But to answer this question and make you understand very clearly what is going on, we need to take you a little back into history and make you understand something very clearly. Now, taking you back into history takes you back into what transpired in ancient times before the flood, in which mankind people, by eating of the tree of fluorine, which you're going to know in a very short minute if you're watching Act 8 right now, as it has already been revealed on several acts of Shape for World, but it's also going to be touched on Act 8 right here, so you fully understand what you're watching. So in ancient history, after the evil animal, which is still alive today, the flying bull, the adapted flying bull, raped our great mother, poisoned the water that she was about to drink without her seeing. She drank it and she became mortal. all of this has been explained in what being mortal is on several acts of Shape of World. It's not going to be explained here. You just have to watch those acts, then you understand what we're saying here on Act 8. So after that time period, our great father in Adam, this story has been narrated well. We're not going to go over the details right here. We're just pushing through, all right? Our great father in Adam, Emana, now came looking for his wife in Eka, Eve, and couldn't find her because, as we've explained to you, the earth is massive. And as we've explained to you, it wasn't just mankind, were not just people who could just walk around because the earth is so massive, as it was explained, and everything else that we've explained, so on and so forth. You couldn't just walk around. So you can go take a look at the book of Enoch, which, even though is a fabrication, contains some truth. Don't worry about anything that you read in the book of Enoch that has to do with angels, so on and so forth.
I have journeyed across an ocean of stars to reach you. Your world has sheltered one of my citizens. He will look like you, but he is not one of you. To those of you who know of his location, the fate of your planet rests in your hands. To Kal-El, I say this. Surrender within 24 hours, or watch this world suffer the consequences.
You will not win. For every human you save, we will kill 1 million more.
I won't betray them.
You already have.
But getting back into the story, Emana Adam did not find his wife. His wife already had several children who were not mortal. And Eve, when she drank of the water which this evil animal in Satan, the adapted flying bull, poisoned, and Adam came looking for her. That is why it says in the book of Genesis, which they wrote in code, that Eve heard the voice of God walking in the garden. The Creator does not walk. He's everywhere. So the person they are referring to you, which they have wrote in such code which you don't understand, in the book of Genesis, that walked in the garden, walked on the earth, looking for his wife because he hasn't seen her for a couple of days, because Eve, Eka, became mortal through the drinking of the poison water which this evil animal gave her, or slipped into her drink without her notice, and she drank and became mortal. So she couldn't. She was now mortal. So Adam Emana came looking for her and now found her and asked her, "What did you do?" And she told the story that this evil animal in Satan had put something in her drink she didn't know, and that when she woke up, she found out that she was also raped. So the first original sin in the world was an animal raping a mankind being in our great mother, Eka, Eve, and impregnating her. And by that action, it became possible that the genetics of our great mother was changed such that an animal, through using fluorine, could crossbreed with mankind. So that's ancient history. Now, why are we having to tell you this? We're telling you this so you understand what rice is and how it came to be. Because with the evil black elites who kept knowledge of this ancient history, when they thought of the many ways that they could continue to be kings, oppress and murder their people, and then coming to find out that it was written by Moses that there will arise another great high priest like him. And this time, when this great high priest comes, a second like Moses, it's going to be the end and destruction of all the wicked in the world. So how are they going to be able to continue to rule as kings in disguise, covertly, so that they are not killed? That is where they invented demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, to use white supremacy to rule mankind. This is what the evil black kings of the world, the evil black elites led by the leaders, did. But the question now arises, the only way you can keep animals and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, not to grow their tails and animal features, is to feed them poisons. But how are you going to feed them the poisons? Because poisons don't naturally grow in food. So what are you going to do? You are going to manufacture the food so that you can put in all the poisons and they can eat it and not know. So that's why there's so much manufactured food in our world. Food is no longer fresh. It's packaged, poisoned, so you eat it. So, but because they do not want you to know that the foods are poisoned, besides the fact that in the plantation era, they had changed all the foods by inbreeding it and making it to be devoid of iodine, which is necessary for your survival as any living organism in this world that is mortal. So they changed the food supply system and ran out people of the market who were selling food that was natural, grown, which had iodine. And then they started manufacturing food. So any food that you see that is packaged or whatsoever is being manufactured in some way. That's why you have such foods as macaroni, spaghetti, noodles, so on and so forth. But you do not know that one of the first, the major manufactured food is rice. But because they do not want you to know that, they introduce the idea of genetically modified food to make you believe that the foods that you eat is genetically modified in the sense that they crossbreed it or give it certain attributes, instead of you knowing the truth that when they talk about GMOs, it means food that is manufactured. That means they put ingredients together and form it to look like food for you, and you eat it. Examples in macaroni, spaghetti, noodles. But you never knew that other foods that you eat, which are mainly cereal or grain foods, such as rice, is also manufactured. Because there's real rice and there's manufactured rice. Because it is not possible to grow rice and feed it to the population, as rice has become the number one food in all the world, which everybody consumes. It's not possible to grow it that way. So it is manufactured. So now the answer to your question, and to show you how they manufacture the food without your knowledge, because this has been going on for years. When they sat down and thought, what is the best way to feed the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, so they do not grow their tails and animal features, it was to manufacture the food, mix the food up, put all the poisons and feed it to them. And it's been going on for so long, but they've wiped that history because you were never close to your parents, your grandparents and great-grandparents when they introduced religion and introduced the educational system and the fake prosperity, which poisoned and killed your parents, and with the fake prosperity and with the so-called Christianity, religion, which made you say, do not listen to your parents anymore. What the God of the Bible says is whom you should listen to, and his representative is what? The pastor or the Catholic priest. And that is how we are in this situation, not to know our history of how things are, but the Creator does not forget. So let's play you a short clip of manufactured food, of how they've been manufacturing food for a very long time, and we'll show you the process of how they do it, which you never knew. And this example is going to be in peas, which a lot of you consume without knowing, because understand this and understand this. GMO means manufactured food, not the bullshit that they tell you that it is real grown food which has been altered to change the way it looks and whatsoever, which is true, but it's not the whole truth, because that is what they want you to be fixated on, to be diverted from the truth that they manufacture a lot of the foods that you eat. Let's continue on. So if you did watch the video that played, they showed you how food is manufactured. But when you're watching this, you really don't have a lot of understanding, because somebody is just watching this with a regular way of thinking, which has been implanted in our minds for us to think that Genetically modified food means food that has been grown and then altered by either crossbreeding or growing it on certain types of chemicals or soil such that the taste comes out a certain way. We'll never understand that. If you eat sweet corn, there's corn that's called sweet corn. You will never imagine in your life that sweet corn is corn which has been crossbred with sugarcane. If you wanted to learn anything about crossbreeding, go and read the Bible, because the evil black elites led by leaders put the manual of everything that they were going to do, that they have done, into the scriptures. So the manual for them doing anything in this world is in scriptures, and it's going to shock you when we get along. So in the scriptures, it talks about the fact that God, the God of the Bible, said that man should not live more than 120 years of age. Let's go show you that before we continue on. So as you're looking at the screen right here, we're in the Greek Septuagint Bible, and it does say here in Genesis chapter number 6 and verse 3, and the Lord God said, my spirit. Remember, we've just taught you that there is no such word as spirit in any way, shape, or form in anything. Spirit just means mindset. That's what you need to understand. When you hear the word spirit, it just means mindset. It's not spirit as they tell you, because the whole idea of making us to believe in spirits was to make us believe in such things as ghosts. That is why in the New Testament, it is said the Holy Ghost, which is the same thing as the Holy Spirit. Ghost just means minds of things which used to exist that still continue to exist in this world. But the truth is this: the minds of things that used to exist, which means dead people before, ancient people before, their minds do not exist, except they taught their descendants to think like them. It's very simple. So for the best way to explain this is this. Let's say you are a father or a parent, all right? And you have a child. You now teach your child all that you know. Every single thing. You teach that child everything that you have known since birth. What have you done to that child? You have passed your mindset to the mindset of your child to also carry on your mindset and act and think and live as you did. That is the meaning of a ghost. In reality, you just transferred your mindset from you to your child. And this is what the evil elites have continually done throughout the years, by passing on all they have known in ancient practices to the heir of their families to carry it on. But they have taught us wrongly in so many ways, so we do not understand any realities. And by them making movies and teaching us in books with the scriptures, we believe that there is such thing as a ghost. Ghosts are not real. They do not exist. So when you read such books as the book of Samuel, in which Saul goes and sees the ghost of Samuel, who tells him that he is not going to be king anymore and that David is a king, that is how they teach us how to believe in ghosts. Or if you go and read in 1 Peter chapter number 3 from verse 18 to verse number 19, it says that Jesus Christ went and preached unto the spirits which were in hell. Or you read such stories in the Gospels about Lazarus and the rich man and Abraham. Spirits, that is how they make you believe that ghosts do exist in the world. But ghosts do not exist in this world. When you die as an evil person, you are going to the lake of fire. And a lot of you do not understand that the lake of fire is real. You understand it as it has been already explained on several acts of Shaper World. It will be touched again here. So continuing on here, when you read in Genesis chapter number 6 verse 3, because when a lot of people study the scriptures and study the Bible, they don't really think about anything that you're reading with a sense of common sense. If you understood what common sense means, which has already been explained on several acts of Shaper World, that's not going to be explained right here again. They don't think about it with a common sense way of thinking and then use the reality that we live in to judge what they read to see if it does make sense. So with that, let's continue reading this in Genesis chapter number 6. We're reading in the Greek Septuagint Bible from verse number 3. And it says, "And the Lord God said, My spirit shall certainly not remain among these men forever, because they are flesh, but their days shall be 120 years. Now, when a lot of people read this, they just take it that the Creator, God, the God of the Bible, said that man should not live up to 120 years of age. Now, according to what we know, God, as when you study the scriptures, the Bible, created us, right? Even though when he created us, some men decided to do evil. But God now comes and say, every one of us, pay attention, every one of us shall not live more than 120 years of age. Now, I want you to think about this, for example, because you always have to apply logical reasoning, thinking about the reality we live in so you understand the way things work. Because if you do not apply logical thinking of reality and the way things work to whatsoever that they teach you, it does not make sense. So let's ask you a question right now. Let's say you are a parent, father and mother, all right? Because the Creator, God, is supposed to be our parent, the one who made us, right? So he is our father and our mother, right? And let's say that you have a child as a parent, and this child has done nothing to you. You brought this child into this world by you procreating with an opposite sex to bring this child. You bring this child into this world and the child is here. And you get up and you tell the child, you shall not live more than 120 years of age. Does that make sense? What did the child do to you? Why would you, as a father or a mother, a parent, just say to the child, you will not live more than 120 years of age? Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. No parent in this world goes and tells their child who has done nothing wrong to them, you will not live more than 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 120 years of age. But this is what is written into the scriptures for us to believe. Why? So let's answer the question for you so you now understand. The Creator himself, the Creator who made heaven and earth and made this world that we live in, could never ever, because you as a father or a mother would never tell your child, this is the amount of years you're going to live in the earth after you've birthed that child. So if you could not do it, the Creator himself would not be able to do so. This was written in because, as we have taught you throughout several acts of Shaper World, and we're repeating it here again, the Bible is less than 200 years of age as of the year 2025 to 2026 at the recording of Shaper World right here. Why? Because as we have taught you, the first translation of any Bible into an African language was done in 1873 in the language which is called a dialect. So from 1873 to 2025, how many years is that? Let's pull up a calculator so you just see it on the screen. So as you're seeing right here, you want to show you how young the Bible is. So you're never ever deceived by this book, because it was a manual for all the evil that the black elites were going to do. So they actually wrote this Bible, and then they use it as their manual. They teach it and the codes that they written it to their descendants. And then their descendants will believe that this is the truth and this is what they must do, because if the Bible is the standard for us to live by, all the evil is written in the Bible, like human sacrifices, that inbreeding should be going on, because they gave you an example of inbreeding in Abraham and said that Sarah was his half-sister, so on and so forth. They all practice that as a law. Because what? It is written in scripture. So as you can see right here, 2025, all right, minus 1873, all right, which was the first translation of the Christian Bible into an African language in the dialect language called, is 152 years. So that shows you how recent the Bible and Christianity is. It's not more than 200 years. If you go into any churches in Africa, go and look at their dates. None of them are less than in the 1870s. Go take a look. So continuing on, this portion of scripture had nothing to do with the Creator. This was written by men for us to believe that as mankind, we cannot exceed living in this earth by 120 years of age. But how is this possible? Because no one knows the future except you plan for it and it goes according to plan. As we have taught you on several acts of Shepherd World, nobody knows the future. We have told you how absurd and stupid it is for somebody to say that they know the future. We're going to have time to explain it again. So why was this written? Because hear us and hear us very well now. All the knowledge that is used in this world to run us is ancient knowledge. Ancient knowledge based on what the ancients of the people who did before the flood, and that stories survive through Ham and several other people who came with Noah, as you've come to understand that Japheth and Shem were not the biological children of Noah. Those stories of what they did, because they lived before the flood and they lived after the flood, they carried those ancient stories of things of how they were done and passed it on to their descendants in their heirs. So all through after the flood, the evil descendants of Ham and whatsoever other children that they had kept on practicing ancient practices. And in their ancient practices of crossbreeding themselves with Satan and the children of Satan, physically, in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, they found out that if they were to keep animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, growing tails, that if they were to feed them poisons, that the years that these animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, that they do not live more than 120 years in the normal accounting of time, not the Gregorian calendar as we know it, in the year 2025 to 2026. So they knew that. And they also knew that these poisons also affected mankind, people, in the same way. They could live a little bit longer, but they would not live more than 120 years. And they wrote this into scripture because in their plan for them to continue to exist as kings, the evil black elites, in the recent reiteration of kings from the 1700s down, when they recognized and read into scripture that the Creator himself, of where the priesthood comes from, and his great high priest in Moses, that there was going to be a second like him, and the Creator himself told Moses, tell them another great high priest like you is going to come. And when he comes, it's going to be the end of all the wicked, because I am going to raise him to specifically bring about the beginning of the end of all the wicked, evil, abominable things in the earth. So that is how they figured out this. And then they started saying, okay, and they wrote this into scripture because they now had a plan to poison the whole entire world and use the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, not to grow those tails by poisoning, and by poisoning the lifespan, because they already knew this. They already knew this. Based on the ancients that lived before the flood and the ones that lived after, that with the poisoning, nobody in the world is going to exceed 120 years. And they wrote this into scripture, and then they make it look, because when you read it, you're going to say it is the Creator who made this, who said this. But no, because common sense tells you that if you are a parent, when you give birth to a child, you don't tell your child, you're not going to live more than 120 years. What did the child do to you that you have to say that? So do you understand how they've used scripture to program our minds to think in a certain way, to accept all our suffering, so we do not see the people who are making us suffer, that they are the kings before us, in the evil black elites, the elites of this world? So as long as you do not know history, that is why the evil black elites led by leaders take out the time to lie to us about history in every way, shape, or form. They've created a falsified history, which is popular culture for us to live by. And because of all the poisons fed to us with the fake belief in false prosperity, which we never prosper from, and the fact that they have taken iodine out of the food and fed us poisons, and they've made religion in Christianity to teach us such that we never listen to our parents, our grandparents, and great-grandparents, whom through poisons would die young. And with the mindset of Christianity, we think that we should believe in the Bible God and that what he says is truth. We know nothing about real history. We don't know what happened. So the corn that we eat, because most foods that we eat, they are very, very sweet and utterly delicious, but you would never ever know in your whole entire lives that most of the food that you eat, which are natural foods, have been crossbred. In the Bible, in scriptures, crossbreeding is called what? Grafting. That's another word. So when you use the word crossbreeding, it seems like it's such a strange word, but the word is grafting.
Grafting, practical information, advantages and disadvantages. Grafting is an old technique and is already mentioned in the New Testament. The goal of grafting is to merge two different plant species or two different varieties of a plant species in a way that they afterwards continue to grow as one individual plant. The upper part of the grafted plant is called scion, whereas the lower part is designated rootstock.
You can read all about the use of this word graft in such books in the New Testament as Romans chapter number 11 verse 19 and James chapter number 1 verse 21. So grafting is the same word as crossbreeding, but as we have told you, they use a spell to confuse us about so many things, such that because when someone reads in scripture and sees the word graft and they hear us speak crossbreeding, they don't know it's one and the same word. It's a spell which they have used to teach us, and we wouldn't even know the truth when you're reading through scriptures. So most of the foods that we eat that are natural, for the ones that are natural, these natural foods is what they want us to believe is genetically modified food, but it's not true. That is the meaning that they want you to focus on, because they do not want you to understand that genetically modified food is what? Manufactured food. Because in the video we just showed you, you would have seen that they say that this is the peas that you eat, right? And they spread the peas with color and all sorts of things, and they feed you those peas, and you buy it in your grocery stores at Walmart or wherever you go to buy peas at, and you don't know that it's manufactured. But the question is it possible for you to spray food like that, natural foods, and give it a certain color and feed people? No, it's not possible. Let's take example for banana. Can they spray banana and give it a certain color and give it to you to eat? No, they can't, because that is natural food. Can they spray corn? That means they go harvest corn with the skin of the corn on the corn seeds, and they spray it a certain way and then give it to you to eat. Is it possible? No, it can be done, because that is real food. Manufactured food means that you mix them together from scratch, just like you make a cake, and you give it a color. It's only possible that way. But let's continue on, because we want to show you certain things you've never known. That sweet corn that tastes sweet, very, very sweet, is done from the fact that the corn has been crossbred with sugar cane, grafted in. How do you graft something? You make a plant grow on another plant. So that means the sugar cane would be the foundation or the primary plant. You put a corn seed on the stem of a sugar cane to grow. When it grows, it harvests and uses all the sweetness from the sugar cane stem to grow, and those sweetness passes into the corn seeds, and when it gets harvested, the corn is now sweet, and they use those seeds to grow more corn seeds. But as we taught you earlier through several videos and the Free Electricity Always videos, after 10 years, those seeds will die, will not produce any more sweet corn. So they have to go back to the same process that they did again and bring about sweet corn seeds. But you never knew that. But you're looking at it right here on the screen. It says crossbreeding corn with sugarcane. It says here crossbreeding corn Z maize with sugarcane, often referred to as developing sugar corn hybrids, aims to combine the higher biomass and sugar content of cane with the rapid growth and hardiness of corn. This involves complex breeding to incorporate genetics from different species to improve sugar fiber and growth vigor. In what? In corn. So do you see why everything? Because we've been trying to teach you this for a long time. We still say it, but you fools never get it. You're never in the process of trying to at least start so you can get it. If you do not go into farming and agriculture, you will never be free of this system. So if you did watch this video and they show you how they manufacture peas for us, in your mind, you're just going to think that they make these peas out, and maybe there's certain peas they bring out, and then they just pour coloring on it, and then just make it to look this way. And if you paid attention to the people who are making this manufactured peas for us, they are the Ammonites of Scripture. We've already talked about this on several acts of Shape a World, that the Ammonites of the world are people from Southeast Asia. They want to look Oriental, but they are not. So let's go show you whom these things are first before we continue on, so you understand this. This has already been explained on several acts of Shape a World, but we just have to go through this really fast just for your understanding. So people who are the Ammonites of scripture are all the people who are from such countries that's called Southeast Asia. They are not Orientals. They are the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, in which some evil black people and them crossbred with. They are not Orientals. Orientals happens to be, who have straight hair today, is the fact that they were black themselves, but they started crossbreeding with an example in how black people today marry demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. That is exactly what happened to Orientals. But they themselves were not demons in the first place. It's through a crossbreeding with the so-called demons today. In albinos, anybody with straight hair that made them look the way they are looking today. Just like a black person today would go and marry anybody who's a white man, a Caucasian, or anybody who has straight hair from all the so-called Western countries, so on and so forth, and then have children. And then those children keep on doing what? Keep on crossbreeding with the same children like them. That is what happened with the Orientals. So, but the Ammonites of scripture, when you read the Ammonites of scripture, they are not Orientals in any way, shape, or form. It just so happens that an Oriental person was made or made themselves as a community to crossbreed with imps when they're walking on all fours, as all demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails should be walking on all fours if they are not fed all the poisons that they are feeding on. So they do not grow their tails, and animal features for us to know that they are animals indeed. So the Ammonites, if you notice now, because people don't pay attention, most of the world's production, let's say about 60% of the world's production in anything goes on in the countries that you're looking right here on the screen in Southeast Asia, which includes what? India is still in Southeast Asia, but we're not going to mention it at this particular point in time because it's been mentioned several times. We just want to focus on Southeast Asia so you know the countries. The countries are Nepal. It's not showing right here on the screen, but Nepal is part of it. Then all the countries that you see here: Burma, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Java, Philippines, all the way down to Australia. As you can see, it says South China Sea. This is all East Asia. They want to look Orientals, but you can tell that they are not. Because why? They started out being what? Orientals whom bred with imps. The very children of Satan walking on all fours with a tail and produce them. While the Orientals are crossbred of those children produced by other Orientals who slept with imps. And they crossbred with them. And this was enforced upon them by their kings, by the evil black elites. So with everything that we have explained to you, you now firmly understand what you are watching in this genetically modified food, which means manufactured food. The food is not grown. It's made from constituents of certain things put together, because without that process, it's not possible for you to give it a color, fry it, and make it to look the way it does. Because if you try to do that with real food, let's say, for example, you plucked a banana, right? You went through this process of trying to coat the banana with certain colors, fry it as you're watching as they fried it. It would melt, it would disintegrate, because that is what happens with natural food. So with only food that's manufactured, an example in such foods as macaroni, or let's say spaghetti or noodles, you can only do all those processes if you do what? If you manufacture them, put them together, bake them. An example in what? When you're baking cake or bread, can you do all these things? So that's why we had to go through all this process to explain it to you, so you know what is happening with your rice, which you'll understand in a short minute. But to continue on right here, this video shows you how they make peas, and this is what they tell you is genetically modified food. But as you're coming to understand, it's no such thing. The real understanding you should get is that genetically modified food is manufactured food. It is not grown. It is processed. Just like you make bread, cake, spaghetti, macaroni, or noodles. And here they said they were making peas. Do you see what happened? Let's go and show you what peas is like so you understand how so much manufactured food, which is termed as labeled as peas, which also has to do with the fact that peas can also be called beans and soybeans, and how so many people get allergies. And if you go get any soybean product or any bean product, what do they say? They put a label there that it has allergies because most of the beans that you eat is all manufactured. They have been manufacturing food for demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, so they do not grow their tails because that is the only way they can add so much poisons in the food besides removing iodine from the regular food that they plant. So that these demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, can get all the poisons they need so they do not grow their tails and animal features for you to know that they are animals and not mankind as they deceive you to be. So as you're looking at the screen right here, this is the image of peas, and this is the so-called photograph that looks like the peas that demon, albino, anybody with straight hair, Ammonite made that you watch in the video. And this is what peas looks like when it's naturally grown. So the peas that you find here, which has been removed from the pods, you can't really identify or know if it's real peas or manufactured peas, as you're going to know how all this manufactured food is made. Examples given as we have told you in such things as spaghetti, macaroni, noodles, so on and so forth. And as you're coming to find out right here, peas is also among them. But let's take a look at the family of peas to see what other type of things that you eat in staple foods are peas. So as we clicked on that link right here that says peas in Wikipedia, it says peas is a pulse of fodder crop, but the word often refers to the seed or sometimes the pod of the flowering plant species peas eaten as a vegetable. Now, if you scroll further into this article, right? You scroll further and you can do a search of it. You're going to find out that such things as soybeans and beans itself is listed as peas right here. So as you can see right here, when you go to the part of this Wikipedia page that says genome, it says the pea karyotype consists of 7 chromosomes. We have already taught you all these words. It's just to confuse you. There's no such thing as chromosomes. 5 of which are acrocentric and 2 submetacentric. Despite its scientific popularity, its relatively large genome size made it challenging to sequence compared to other legumes such as medicango, trincotilla, and soybeans. So what are they telling you right here? Soybeans is also peas. So can soybeans be manufactured? Yes. If you did not grow the soybeans yourself and you did not pluck it out of a pod, it can be manufactured. Let's look further. As you can see right here, it is in culinary section of this article on Wikipedia. If you don't pull it down, you can go take a look of it, because we're not going to save the page. This is already recorded for you so you understand it. It goes on to say here, culinary. In modern times, peas are usually boiled or steamed, which breaks down the cell walls and makes them taste sweeter and the nutrients more bioavailable, along with broad beans and lentils. And all of this information that you're reading right here is trying to tell you what kind of crop a pea is, which family they belong to. As you're listening right now, he says broad beans and lentils and also soybeans. And broad beans here means regular beans that you eat. So is it possible that all the beans that you eat, either in the black-eyed peas, the red peas, and other kind of beans, which they call the black-eyed beans, or regular red beans, or brown beans, or any type of beans, is it possible that they can all be manufactured if you do not grow them yourselves? Yes, very much yes, because the art of manufacturing food, that is why you have so much food that is manufactured. You have canned beans, you have canned fish, you have food put in packaging. That is all manufactured food, because once they put it into any packaging, some poisons have been put on it and given to you, because this is the only way they can put so much poisons in the food, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, whom are not Orientals, will not grow their animal features and tails in fur and everything, so we can identify them as the children of Satan, as we have showed you in what Satan looks like, the adapted flying bull, and you're still going to see it here on Act 8 of Shape of World. If you've watched remaining acts, you already know that this is just something leading you about to the real sciences of how the world really works. So now let's continue on to show you, because what you have learned so far at this particular point in time is showing you that GMO, do not worry about the explanation that they give you, that GMO means that food is being grown, being crossbred, being given certain kinds, all right, of maybe attributes to make it taste a certain way, as we have made you to see that sweet corn is corn which has been crossbred with sugarcane. There's a very specific reason for that. But for now, let's continue on to answer the question of what rice is. If you now understand that GMO means manufactured food, it's not real food that's grown. And one of the things that you're going to find out on most rice that you eat, for us to answer the question as it has already been showed, is that there's a word which is always labeled on most rice that you eat. Is going to say parboiled, oh my goodness, and enriched. So this is the word you're going to find on almost every rice that you buy. Enriched white rice or fortified white rice, that is the name that they're going to put on every rice that you eat. It's going to say enriched white rice or fortified white rice. And one of the things that you're going to notice is that if you buy any rice and you wash it in water, the water is going to turn murky whitish color, and they inform you not to wash off this murky white color that you find in rice. Let's play this video for you so you can hear it clearly well, and let's continue on as you have come to understand, as we are teaching you right at this moment, that most rice, 90% of it that the world feeds on, is manufactured rice. As you've come to understand that the term genetically modified is fooling you not to understand that it actually means that the food is manufactured, and they put a stamp on it, such as the organic brown rice, which we have showed you earlier, that I, as the narrator, ate and became sick, horribly sick, in the texture of the rice that we found out. Let's continue on. So one of the things that you're going to notice with a lot of rice, any type of rice that you buy in the world, that you eat, because as we've told you, over the years, the evil black elites figured out that the way to feed demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, that the way to feed them poisons is to manufacture the food. So food manufacturing has been going on for centuries till now. So it's just that since we know nothing about history, and based on the fact that they introduced Christianity to us, and through Christianity taught us to listen to Jesus Christ, who never existed, and that God is the father of us all. Don't listen to your parents and great-grandparents anymore. So we stopped doing all that. And with us chasing the false prosperity, in the sense that they told us you don't need to go to farm anymore, just come over, we give you a job, you go buy the food. And with our stupid minds, we never thought of the fact, if you go to buy food at the market and there's nobody selling it, how are you going to buy the food? How are you going to eat food? So they took us away from agriculture in a very controlled manner by giving us false prosperity, jobs, scholarships, so on and so forth, which happened donkey years before 2025, 2026 that you're listening to Shape of a World right here. So with that mindset that we have had, we know nothing about history of what food is and what it looked like, because they ran out our great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents out of business in those who were cultivating natural food that had iodine. So since the black elites knew that the way to feed their animals, in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, Caucasian, not to grow their fur and animal features and tails so we recognize them, was to manufacture the food. So that's why if you look at the world today, there is so much. 90% of the foods we eat is manufactured. It is packaged. Once it is packaged, it is manufactured. Just know that. So since the evil black elites, led by leaders, had figured out, number one, because you have to understand that the your leaders brought about this idea of creating demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, to be used as their slaves, scapegoats, and perpetual minions who will only do what their master says, because their animals will not question anything, because real people question what they are being told. Even though there is a lot of wicked mankind black people who do stuff, but they will still think about it in the evil stuff that they are doing. But animals do not have that kind of intellect to be thinking about anything. But because you've been trained for so long to see and believe and think that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, Caucasian, are mankind whom are not Orientals, we have over the years now think that they have some intellect or knowledge. All they have, as we've already told you, is muscle memory. It's just like training someone to ride a bicycle or drive a car. It doesn't mean that you're intelligent. Monkeys can drive cars. Does that mean that they're intelligent? They have just been taught muscle memory. So therefore, after removing iodine from the food supply by inbreeding, crossbreeding, and growing it with fluorine, the next step, which was the very best step, was to manufacture food. Because when you manufacture food, you can mix it up and put any amount of poisons to your own prerogative in any way, shape, or form that you choose to do. So, why are you looking at the picture on the screen? We're trying to show you how manufactured food is made with certain words which you do not understand. But we're going to break it down here so you understand it perfectly well. So, starting with the image that you're looking on the screen, we want to show you how we are deceived. So we eat poison food all by a spell, as you've come to understand the meaning of the word spell. You label things and give them, all right, a meaning which is not what it is, and people do according to what you have told them. Because as we've told you, right, in today's world, we use alphabets to write things. It's not a pictograph. So when you look at an alphabet which is put together to form sounds, and the sounds become words, all right? The sound or words can be different in everybody else understanding, because after the flood, when the language became dialects, of which all the languages in the world are dialects of it, even the English that we speak, which I have shown you already, the words carry different meanings, or the sounds carry different meanings to the hearer of the word. So the only way that somebody can explain literally what they are saying is by pictography, or literally explaining it as we use both of these styles of speech on our videos, so you have understanding. We provide the pictures and we provide the literal meaning of the words that we are saying and speaking to you, so you understand, so you have no shadow of doubts in what you know, which the evil black elites never do. So as you look on the screen here, this is the label they put on Uncle Ben's rice, right? Now, Uncle Ben's rice is one of the most popular brands of rice in the whole entire world, and every other rice brand wants to follow the Uncle Ben's rice because the way it is manufactured, right? It's manufactured, you're going to find out in a short minute right now. It was more like the benchmark for manufacturing rice, because as we've told you, rice in itself, the way the world has been consuming rice, and it has become a staple food over the years, for almost 200 years now, it is impossible for it to be grown. All right? Because if you are in agriculture and you grow rice, let's ask you a question. How long does it take for rice to grow from a seed to maturity that you can harvest it? And then, with the number of people in the world, how is it possible in that time period for you to grow the amount of rice that it is grown? Because if you were in agriculture, you will know that certain plants produce at a very slow rate. They do not produce that much because it takes time for them to grow. For example, you can plant a palm oil tree. The palm oil tree might take up to 5 years before it produces its first fruit. Then it produces first fruit, it will keep on producing, all right, for maybe another 10 years or 15 years before it dies. So that is why they have stripped us of agriculture, because we have no idea. So foods, there are certain plants that you grow and they will never produce enough, and rice is one of them. So as you're looking right here on the screen, from the time that you grow rice, pay attention to the words, because you stupid fools who have refused to listen to common sense and real knowledge will never understand anything at all. Pay attention. For you to grow rice from the time you put it in the soil, as you're looking at the screen right here, because as we've always told you, the priesthood helping Tricks of the S Trade and his team members to provide knowledge for you. We do not in any way, shape, or form produce the facts or the videos. The facts and the videos are already there. All what we help you to do is that we put together the facts that the evil black elites and what is present in our world together for you to see it. As you're looking at the screen right here, this is a search on Google. You like going to Google for your research, right? And we've always taught you, and we're teaching you on Shape of the World right here, that real history is only known if you're close to your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and those who lived before you. If you get on Google, they're going to tell you a lie. But we use Google here because we know how to, as the priesthood has taught us, to remove the lies and you see the truth. We did not produce Google. As you can see right here, it says in the search that we typed, it says rice from planting to harvest time season. When you read, it says rice cultivation typically spans 105 to 190 day growing season, usually running late spring, April, May to autumn, September, October in temperate regions or year-round in tropical areas. Pay attention. The process involves planting, transplanting, flooding a 3 to 6 month growth cycle. So what is it telling you? When they say 3 to 6 months here, they're trying to confuse you. What they are telling you in essence. So for example, if you say something is an average of 3, okay? That means no matter what happens, around 3 months, you should get results. And you say the maximum time is 6 months. It's just more like when women get pregnant. Some women, when we're talking about women here, the evil, stupid demons and albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, whom are not orientals, are going to think that they are part of being women. They are not women. We're talking about mankind, black people here who grow afro hair, not straight hair in any way, shape, or form. So what happens is this. The natural time cycle for a mankind woman to give birth is going to be 6 months, not in the Gregorian calendar counting, but actually 6 months. But some women, some black women, may take 6 months and maybe 4 days, and some may take 5 months, right? And 4 days before it's 6 months for them to give birth. So the average is showing you that no matter what happens, in 5 to 6 months and just a little bit after 6 months, a mankind black woman who has woolly hair will give birth. So now, when you're reading this does not make sense because they say flooding a 3 to 6 month growth cycle. Why would it take 3 months difference for rice to grow? Is because they are telling you a lie. The average time it takes if you grow rice is 6 months. 6 months. So that means in half of a year, counting correctly. And the rice, as you have read here, says temperate regions, which means it has to be during what time? It has to be during the summertime. So rice will not grow and mature at any other time, only during summertime. 6 months. So is it possible for all the world to be fed the amount of rice that we consume? Because everybody right now in 2025 to 2026 and continuing on, eats rice. Is it possible? No, it's not. So you are getting to see here, because if you've never understood, you now understand that it is not possible for the rice being consumed and the time period it takes to mature for us to have it in this much abundance. Because if you were close to your parents, your grandparents, and your great-grandparents, you would know this, but you're not in agriculture, you don't know anything. So as you read right here, it shows you key stages of rice cultivations. It says in April to June. So it's April to June that seeds are planted for the rice, right? So that means through the time of what? Winter. January, February, March. You can't do no planting. Pay attention. It says growing season, May to September. So the rice actually grows, all right, from May to September. They want to try to confuse you, but you can see here it says April to June. So it's technically saying here that it's from May to September, all right, that the rice actually starts growing. And it has to be grown in what? Rice thrives in warm temperature with water levels maintained around 2 inches. Let's ask you a question. Which continent in the world is the warmest continent in the whole entire world? Pay attention. Which continent is known for being warm throughout the whole entire year or from this time period, or stays warm for this entire period mostly? It's Africa. Now, how much rice do Africa grow? Because most of the rice that we eat in today's world, when you go look, it's coming from Asia or somewhere in South America. And those places are not warm in any way, shape, or form as Africa. And the warmest part of Africa till date remains West Africa. And on top of that, Africa, West Africa, which is the warmest area, does not grow that much rice today. It used to be way back. But as we've told you, the quantity of rice the whole world is consuming based on the time period that you have to grow the rice and harvest it is not possible for you to have this much rice in the world. Because go into any store, the first thing you're going to find before you start saying A, B, C, D, E is rice. Says growing season, as we continue, it says ripening August to October. The rice turns golden brown and the plant bends under the weight of the grain. So throughout the whole entire year, pay attention. From April, as you're reading here, down to November. In a year, pay attention to the words. April to November. When you exclude January, February, March, and December, there are only 4 months left in the Gregorian calendar that rice cannot be grown and harvested. How is it possible now? You stupid idiots who refuse to think and use the common sense that the Creator gave you Himself. How is it possible that for only 4 months out of the year, rice from planting to harvesting, as you're reading right here, it takes how many months? 8 for you to have something valuable. How is it possible that we have so much rice in the world, but you can only grow it They lied to you, as you can see right here, that it takes 6 months. But as we have explained it to you, how long does it take? 8 months. And then the only place in the world which is warm enough throughout the whole entire year for you to grow rice is in Africa, and especially West Africa. But all the rice that you eat, go take a look. It's coming somewhere from Asia or South America. What does that tell you? It's not possible. There are things impossible that cannot happen. A man can never, ever, 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 ever get pregnant. So continuing on, all rice that you're gonna eat, about 80 to 90% of it, we want you to go do your experiment on your own. Take up any rice brand, all right? As long as it does not say organic brown rice, and even with the organic brown rice, they will have this stamp on it, all right, which says non-GMO project verified. But when you wash the rice, all right, pay attention to the words. When you put the rice in water and you wash it, you're going to see that it has this murky kind of white color when you wash it. And then as you're looking right here at Uncle Ben's rice, which we are trying to make you understand that this was the standard which you do not know that all other rice brands were based on, because why? The people who own Uncle Ben's rice, as you're going to find out on this particular video, patented a formula which they owned on manufacturing rice, because as we have shown you up to this particular point, it is impossible that rice which you can only grow and harvest in 8 months can have this amount of numbers to feed the whole entire world. As you're listening to the sound of a voice in 2025 to 2026, in which the whole world consumes rice in such a number, and because rice has been made to be a popular food choice over the last 200 years that people eat. Go anywhere in this world right now, any food that you're gonna eat, they won't have any other type of, let's say, foods in that restaurant. Whether it be yams, whether it be, let's say, corn, whether it be, let's say, such things as maybe possibly potatoes, all right, and any other type of food. But the one consistency that you're going to find wherever you go in this world and any restaurant is going to be what? Rice. Because it is manufactured. There is real rice, but the majority of the rice that we have been consuming, which is causing a lot of our sicknesses, besides the fact that all the food is poisoned, all right? The water is poisoned. The natural foods have been cultivated not to have iodine. It's rice. So as you're reading right here, the first thing that you're going to notice is says here with a stamp on this particular brand of rice called Uncle Ben's, which is the standard, the benchmark for rice, which some idiots, the evil black elites in the leaders brought about, which you're going to know. It says here non-GMO project. So with the way they've trained us using alphabets to teach us, and not pictography, which actually tells you what it is, and you have to now formulate in your mind and understand based on what they want you to know. Non-GMO means what? Non-GMO means what? Natural. That means they have not added anything. Pay attention, because you idiots never pay attention. Non-GMO means what? The way they have made us to understand non-GMO means this food has not been altered. It is not food that has been altered in any way, shape, or form when it's been planted. That means it's not been crossbred, it's not been inbred, nothing has been added to it, nothing has been done to make the plant to grow in a certain way, in any way, shape, or form, that it is natural as we found it, as it was growing in the earth. That is what non-GMO means, right? But take a look now. They said non-GMO verified, right? It now says here enriched. What in the world do you mean by enriched? You just told us you did nothing to the rice, right? You didn't add anything to it. You didn't alter it in any way, shape, or form. You didn't put anything to it. You grew the rice naturally. But in this label here, you said enrich. What is going on with you? Which one is which? Because enrich means you are adding something to it. If you never knew the meaning of the word enriched, that's what it means. Enrich means you are adding something to what you have certified here by the FDA, non-GMO project verified. But over here, you say enrich. Do you see how they use a spell to lie and deceive us so we do not know anything? Because this stamp here says non-GMO. By this stamp saying non-GMO means as you found the crop, just like you would go over and see grass somewhere growing, you take up the grass, go plant it in your backyard. Whatever the grass produces, you remove it and then put it in a package and then sell it to us. That is the meaning of non-GMO. But here, the label says enriched. What does enriched mean? Enriched means you have added something to it. But why would you put two confusing labels on a crop? You said that you didn't add anything to it, you didn't do anything to it, and then you now say you enriched it. Because 90% of the rice that we eat is manufactured. It is impossible to grow rice at the rate that the whole world is consuming it, because as I'm talking to you right now, you ate some rice. So now we begin to explain to you the word enrich so you understand what's happening to rice. Enrichment means you add something to something to make it greater or better than what it is. With natural foods, let's just pay attention to the words. We gotta laugh about this because this is hilarious. If you go buy bananas, natural food, you go buy any banana in the world, right? How do you enrich banana? How do you enrich banana? Please tell us. What can you add to the banana? Because when you go banana, it's just banana. That's what it is. You take it home, all right? And you eat it. If you go buy some potatoes, how do you enrich potatoes? Because when you go buy potatoes, there's no way to add anything to it, because that is what the potato is. There's nothing that you can add to it, so you just buy it and go home. If you go buy yams, wherever you are, does it say the yam is enriched? What can you add to the yam? Can you add anything to it, all right, to make it to be enriched? Because the yam, the potatoes, the banana, the plantain, the corn, natural foods have a skin over it. So you can enrich it by adding something to it, because the only way you can enrich something is you are manufacturing it. That means you're putting certain ingredients together to form it. That is the only way that you can add something to it to enrich it. But because we are not taught how to think about how things are, we don't know what is. If you're going to enrich anything, you're going to add ingredients, and all these ingredients have to be in what form? They have to be either in a liquid or flour grinded kind of form for you to add something to it. So that's why, for example, if you go buy your spaghetti, your macaroni, all right, your noodles, they are manufactured. So that means all the constituents can be put together, all right, mixed together for it to be what? For it to be enriched, and you can manufacture it. It is not a natural food. So by the mere words that they use on rice, enriched, fortified, as you're going to come to find out, it means what? It is manufactured. It's a product of different ingredients mixed together, just like they make what? They make macaroni, spaghetti, noodles for you, and you eat it. But because they have hid it from you not to know that over how many years now they've been manufacturing rice, and that real rice does not even exist anymore, because it takes, as you have learned right now, 8 months. 8 months! That means a whole entire year in the Gregorian calendar to grow rice and harvest it. How is it possible that you can have this amount of rice everywhere in the world in surplus? It is not possible. So as you read right here in Merriam-Webster dictionary, explain the word enrich. It says to make rich or rich, especially by the what? Addition or increase or some desirable quality. Can you add any desirable quality to banana, yam, potatoes, or corn as they come that you harvested from the plant? No, you can't do it. So why is it that rice is now enriched? You answer that question. So as you're reading here on the internet, as we typed out enriched rice, it said enriched rice is white rice that means, pay attention to the words. It says enriched rice is white rice that has been processed. What does process mean? Manufacture. When you process anything, the word just means you're manufacturing. It is not real rice. You people never pay attention to the words because you do not understand the alphabets. To remove the bran and germ, then fortify with nutrients, especially iron, niacin, thiamine, and folic acid to replace those lost drilling milling. So what they are telling you in essence here, that they add extra stuff to the rice to make it enriched. Do you enrich bananas? Do you enrich yams? Do you enrich corn? Do you enrich cassava that you have harvested? Except you turn it into a flour, then add certain other ingredients to it, because you have no common sense, and you will never know anything in this world except you hear from a great high priest. And the great high priest only comes from the Creator himself. You've been stupid all your lives and you think you have knowledge, but you never even knew. So when you read further here, it says the enrichment process restores key nutrients including iron, niacin, thiamine, and folic acid, which are crucial for energy, metabolism, and preventing birth defects. What are they telling you here? Birth defects. The only things in this world that have birth defects, because they are not real. They are not mankind. They are animals pretending to be mankind. Are demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. The white man, the Caucasian, the mixed people of this world, whether half mixed, quarter mixed, except for the Orientals, which went through a different process of crossbreeding over generations to look like the way they look right now with some hair. Other than that, the birth defects comes from animals. They are not mankind. That's why they have birth defects. That is why we showed you the picture of someone who would be classified as a mankind, but you can see that they were growing fur partially on their faces because they are not mankind. The hair is not afro, it is straight. It's just that the color of their skin looks like it is black. The hair on their head defines who they are, because all animals in this world have straight hair, and all mankind people do not have straight hair. They have afro hair. There's a difference. So another word you're going to find on most rice brands that you buy is going to say fortified rice. Why do you fortify something? Because they use these words in ways that you people, because you have no way to think and know what something means. What does fortification mean? Fortification means something is weak. You need to strengthen it to be stronger, right? But they've used it in an opposite way. They're trying to tell you that when they grow rice, that it is weak. So we have to fortify it, make it stronger. Is that possible? Do you fortify bananas or plantains or yams or potatoes when you buy it? No. That is what the plant is. So how is it possible for you to fortify something? You have to break it down first, mix other things to it for it to be fortified. Do they break down potatoes, bananas, and yams and corn that has been harvested, which still has the skin on the seeds, corns from the cob, and then they put something in it, fortify it, and then sell it to you? No. When you go to the store and you buy a potato, it's a potato. You take the potato, you skin off the skin, or you skin off the skin of the yam or cassava that you get, and it is just what the plant is. So why is it that rice is fortified? They are using words to explain what they're doing without you paying attention. That means the rice is manufactured. It has to be what? It has to be in the sense that they have taken some plant or taken anything, ground it up, broken down into fine flour, then they mix other things to it, and then they produce it such as spaghetti, macaroni, or your noodles, and they sell it to you as rice. But because you do not know the history, you have no idea. You do not know the words, the language that they speak to us. You have no idea that rice is manufactured in 90% of the rice that you're consuming. As you have come to find out that it takes 8 months in a year for rice to grow and get harvested, which you never knew. And we will tell you which crop, which plant can be grown all year round, that you can harvest it every 4 months in a year. So if you grow that crop 4 months, in 4 months, the plant is going to be ready for you to harvest. It is the only crop in the world, the only plant in the world which has this attribute. And it is this plant that is used to manufacture 80% of the manufactured foods in the world, because you can grow it all year round. Every 4 months or less than 4 months, 3 months getting to 4 months, you get a harvest of this crop, and you never knew it. And they use it to manufacture all the evil foods that you eat, whether it be spaghetti, whether it be macaroni, whether it be noodles, or any kind of manufactured food, which includes rice itself. We're going to show you that. Just continue with us now as we continue to show you that besides the fact that, as you have come to find out in the pictures showed to you of an example of the rice that we eat, that it is enriched and manufactured. Even after that, they add, as you will come to find out as we're getting along in this video, what that thing that they add to the rice is, as it's going to be explained thoroughly for you to understand on this scientific part of Act 8 of Shapeable World. They add something to the rice. That is why when you go buy any rice in the world and you wash it in water, it comes out with a certain white color. And then they also advise us in the Western world that we should not wash the rice that is packaged. As you're seeing right here in the Ben's original long grain white rice, enriched as in so many other brands of rice, they tell you not to wash the rice but cook it as is. Why would they say such a thing? Because if you go buy natural foods, you go buy yam, all right? You go buy potatoes, you go buy any other food, the first thing that you're going to do is that you're going to wash the food to remove the dirt before you cook it. So why would they tell you with this packaged rice not to wash it before you cook it? Listen to the video in the short clip, then we explain, and then we're going to show you how we wash rice, and you see all the so-called murky white color in the rice because they have taught you not to understand that enriched rice, besides the fact that it's manufactured, they pour more poisons on it, and they tell you not to wash it off because they want their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, whom are not Orientals, to get all the poisons that they need, so they do not grow those tails and animal features for we to identify them that they are not mankind. And because mankind people follow these instructions, it causes all the sicknesses in the world, besides the fact that all the food is poison and water especially. Mankind people are dying so young before they hit the age of 40. Because the poisons have been increased dramatically, so that these evil black elites led by the leaders can be kings and you can call them sir. Let's continue on. So if you did watch the short clip that we played for you, concerning most rice in this world, as you've come to understand, that the Uncle Ben's brand was the standard for all rice, and you are going to know the owner of the Uncle Ben's rice, which you people have never known, but we're going to reveal it to you so you understand what's going on, because we are teaching you here how we are getting sick regularly through the poisoning of food, and the number one poisons is in rice and water, because the whole entire food structure has been changed over the past 200 years. And the reason why you don't know it, you living in 2025, 2026 upwards, is because you were never close to your parents, your grandparents, and your great-grandparents to tell you what kind of foods they were eating and what they were planting, because that was all changed when they ran them out of business and they started planting plantation food just so that they could make enough money to sell it, because their own foods at the prices they kept them, people didn't buy because they said they were too expensive. They went for the plantation foods, which is very cheap. And today, that has all been changed. So now everybody is cooking plantation food, growing plantation food, and not real food anymore, even with the animals also. So if you did watch the short clip that we played for you, it started by saying enriched white rice has been thoroughly washed. A spell by them telling you that the white rice has been thoroughly washed is giving you the idea that you should not wash the rice because they have added more poisons to it. So that's why if you did watch the free electricity video, we taught you, as we had taught at that particular time without us not knowing, that rice is not real food. There is real rice and there's manufactured rice, but the percentage of real rice in the market is less than 10% at this particular point in time. So every other rice that you're eating, no matter the brand, they say is all manufactured and you have no idea, but you're going to know as we get along in this video. So by them putting this spell on most of the rice, they said enrich white rice, by making you believe, oh my goodness, I want you guys to think about this with a little bit of common sense and logic. By them using this word enrich, they are telling you that the rice that you grow, normal natural rice that is grown, doesn't have enough nutrients for you to be healthy. Can you believe that? So to them, and as they've made us believe, they have more sense to know that this rice, natural rice that they grow, doesn't have enough nutrients. Oh my goodness. Can you believe the amount of absurdity and stupidness that they have made us to believe? So in essence, they are saying, if rice is a natural crop that the Creator made himself, it's not sufficient for your health. That's why we have to add more things, because we now know better than the Creator who made the rice. Can you see that? Let's ask you a logical question. You guys should think about this. If you are a mechanic, okay, that repairs Mercedes-Benz cars, as a mechanic, are you going to know more than the manufacturer of Mercedes-Benz? It is impossible. You always have to know that word today and know that there are things that are impossible. It can never be done. A man can never change to a woman. If the Creator himself came out right now and says, I command you, man, change into a woman, it won't work. But through the Bible, in such verses as they have made us to believe in Christianity, nothing is impossible. And the stupid, evil pastors will say, nothing is impossible with God. There are things the Creator himself cannot do. Do not be fooled. There are no miracles. So continue on. Can a mechanic who repairs Mercedes-Benz know more than the manufacturer of Mercedes-Benz? It is impossible. A creation, and man is a creation of the Creator, can never know more about anything that the Creator made more than the Creator himself who made it. That is truth. That is logic. So by them telling you right here that the white rice, because this word says enrich, means the rice is not good enough for you to eat. So we have to do what? Add dust of vitamins and nutrients, as you see right here. They have done what? They have put you under a spell. Why did they have to start with this foundational spell? Because when you go to the next frame, which is going to play, after this says enriched white rice has been thoroughly washed, that is a spell for you not to wash the rice. Because normally when we get food, yams, whatsoever, after you've done peeling it or whatsoever, you wash it, wash off the dirt before you eat it. But now they have told you enriched white rice has been thoroughly washed. A spell in your mind so you don't wash it. Then they say it's been coated with dust of vitamins and nutrients. So you believe that the so-called murky white thing that you see when you wash rice, that is the vitamins and nutrients that you're washing away. So you shouldn't wash it away, so you should take it and eat of it. Do you see what they have done? By using a spell and by telling us lies through the whole false science and educational and religious system, because of you not being close to your parents, your grandparents, and your great-grandparents to know what food looked like, and for you to listen to them. And through religion and Christianity, they told you not to listen to your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, but that Jesus Christ, God, is the only person, and the pastor who preaches to you, that's whom you should listen to. You know nothing about reality. So in the next frame here that's playing, after you were warned that enriched white rice has been thoroughly washed so you won't wash it, it goes on to say, in the United States, pay attention to the words, in the United States. Why does it say in the United States? Because the United States, which you're going to understand as we get along at this part of Shape of the World right here, it is the center of propaganda for these evil kings of the leaders. They want every country, every ethnicity, every people to think that if you have the ideals of the United States, that you're going to get out of the fabricated poverty led by the evil black elites of every ethnicity and every nation working together, coordinating together with the leaders whom have a majority stake in their countries and ethnicities through trade, which has already been explained on Act 2 and on Act 3 of Shape of a World right here. And as we have told you, for the world to continue to live, survive, thrive, the United States of a surety is going to be destroyed. And you're going to understand why as we get along. Because almost everybody in the United States, especially the evil blacks of America, are totally evil. You can't live here. Pay attention to the words. Before the Creator himself destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, he made Abraham to go and take out Lot from that area. So do not think that because you are righteous and you're living in the United States of America, that you're going to be saved and it won't be destroyed. Get out of the United States. Don't take any evil black American with you. Don't let them in your countries because they are virus. They have gone beyond redemption. You get out. as we have told you, and as you're going to understand as you keep watching Act 8 of Shepherd World right here. Because one of the things that you have to understand is this: Lot was a righteous person. If Lot had stayed behind while Sodom and Gomorrah was being destroyed, him as a righteous person would be destroyed also. So do not think, if you think that you're righteous and you're living in the United States of America and Canada, North America, which is going to be eviscerated, don't think that you're going to be saved. We have already warned you, but this warning is only for you. Do not take any evil black American with you. No demon, no animal, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, as you're going to find out as we're teaching you along here. You have to learn how to be merciless to all evil in any way, shape, or form. Starting with the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. The white man, the Caucasian, except you are rentals and you are righteous. The United States in itself was created with the idea of freedom. What does it say? Land of the free, right? What does freedom mean? Freedom means do anything that you want to do. That is why in the United States you have all kinds of evil abominations that you can't even imagine to think of. From homosexuality, which is fully advertised now on your television screens in ads and everything else, to bestialism, men and women keeping animals, giving honor to animals. We're not even talking about the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are real animals because they've deceived us not to know that by the poisons they've fed to all of us. So they do not grow those tails and animal features for we to identify them as animals. But we're talking about true bestialism now. People keep dogs and all kinds of animals and do all kinds of abominations with them. They treat them better than mankind beings. That's even the list of the abominations. We're not even talking about inbreeding, because in the United States of America, you hear this word literally everywhere. A mother effer. What do you think it means? People are literally having sex with their mothers and parents and cousins and siblings. Really? It is what is going on in reality. So therefore, that word which they use, the land of the free, which they have made and used it as the propaganda state to make all ethnicities in the world, even though some ethnicities were already evil, but for those who wanted to be righteous or try to live righteous, they have corrupted their minds and thinking through poverty, through lies. Fabricated poverty, because poverty is a fabrication. It doesn't exist naturally in nature, because the Creator has given us all things. They have used that to make them to believe that by doing evil, that you will prosper. That is why, for example, all the celebrities on your television screens that you watch, the people that you honor and adore, from Denzel Washington to Sidney Poitier to all the evil black actors, are all homosexuals. They act homosexual movies, stay with homosexuals, transgender their children, and they say, if you be like them, you're going to prosper. So the United States of America, the word land of the free means freedom to do any evil under the sun, but they go against righteousness. And then on top of all this, people do not even understand that the Bible that they use, in which they said that the Creator himself gave man free will, is a lie. The Creator never gave us free will. So when you read in the Bible and it says that God gave us free will, it is a lie. Free will means freedom to do whatsoever that you want to do, which means evil. That is why in the United States of America, a child can wake up today and say they were born male, but no, they don't want to be male anymore. They want to transgender themselves to female. Freedom to do evil. The Creator never gave us free will. Free will is not a part of nature. Purpose is. The Creator gave us purpose. What is purpose? Your reason for existence. What is the reason for existence of a female? To give birth and mother children. That is your purpose. If you do not have any purpose, you have no reason to exist. You have no use. It's more like this. If you create a television to show you images and sound, and the television doesn't show you any image, only shows you sound, it's lost its purpose. There's no need for it to be in your living room anymore. You're going to take it and throw it away. The most you can do is try to repair it, but it's not going to be in your living room by the time you move it and try to repair it. It's lost its purpose. The Creator gave us purpose, but they wrote that into scripture in making us believe that the Creator gave us free will choice. He didn't give you any choices. Do this or do that. He gave you a reason to be alive. Not choices. Because when you ask somebody to choose something, you're asking them not to be their purpose. So if you, as a woman, can you choose not to be a woman? Because if you have that choice, that means you want to be male. You have defeated the purpose that you were created for. So you cannot exist. So these are the logical things that you are not taught, because they have made you to believe that the Bible is the truth. No, it is not. The whole entire Bible preaches Satan. It uses some truth about the Creator to make you believe the lies, because we know truth, but they use the truth. So anytime the evil black elites, or anytime you hear any evil celebrity say they are telling you the truth, best guarantee that they are using that little truth they tell you for you to believe a bigger lie which they've created. Do not fall for it anymore. Another lesson that you have to learn from the story of Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah is this. The message was strictly to Lot to leave. It wasn't given to him, his wife, or his children, whom were demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair mixed. So, you have to understand now that if you do not separate yourselves, if you make the mistake through the deception that they have formed upon us, to remove yourself from anything who is an albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whether they are mixed, half mixed, or quarter mixed, they will do the same thing that they did to Lot, in that his children, whom were mixed children, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair mixed, gave him drugs and inbred with him. The only thing that comes out of demons, albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, mixed, half mixed, quarter mixed, whom are not Orientals, is that they do evil. Period. That is why it is there in scripture. The idiots who wrote the scripture wrote it so that they could deceive righteous people, not to know that you're supposed to separate yourselves from anything and anything that is not mankind. That is how they wrote it. But what you're learning right now is that they are foolish. They think themselves wise. As you're getting along on Act 8 here or Shape of World, you're going to know a lot, that they are nothing but fools. It's just because you do not know your history. That's why we always tell you, know your history. If you knew your history, you would know the truth. So as we continue on here, it says, in the United States, some enriched rice labels include a warning not to rinse the rice for this reason. What is the reason? As you have come to understand, that they have told you that the rice is enriched, it's been thoroughly washed and enriched with dust of vitamins, because they've made you to believe that the rice is not what? Is not sufficient enough in nutrients that you need. But let's ask a question, logical question, because people never think about this. If the rice that you say that you grow is not sufficient enough in nutrients, why grow it? Why don't you just leave it out of the staple foods that we eat? Do you see how we are trained not to think about things in a logical, common sense of way? Because, for example, this is what usually happens in a logical, with your common sense. if you go and you find out that a certain type of food, whatever type of food, does not have enough nutrients that is going to make you to be satisfied and to have enough energy, what do you naturally do? You don't grow that food anymore. You just say, this plant is not good. It doesn't have enough nutrients for us. It doesn't make us healthy. So then why would you still grow it? And then later on now enrich it by adding nutrients. Do you see how we've been made so stupid? Through the educational system, through the religious system, with the evil animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian. Whom are animals? The very children of Satan physically, as you're going to know. As it has already been revealed on several acts of Shape of World, and right here on Act 8, you're going to know some more. Regurgitating to us lies. Because if the rice, as you say, is not sufficient enough by the fact that you've said that you've enriched it with vitamins and other things, you should not even grow it. Don't touch it. Common sense tells you that if something is not good for you, don't deal with it anymore. But here they are doing it. Why? Because it's all a lie. They have to teach you how not to think, all because they want their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, the mixed people of the world also included, quarter mix, half mix, to get all the poisons that they need. So they do not grow their fall and animal features as the lady we showed you, who looks black in terms of color, but is growing fur on her face because it is an animal. Because if that lady, as you're seeing right here in this image, if this so-called animal, because it's an animal, you can tell by the hair on their head, because this is what you're going to find in so many people whom identify as black, especially the blacks of America and the Ethiopians, Eritreans, and Somalians, who are the true Greeks and Italians of history, because they mixed so much with demons when they were imps way back centuries, and kept on mixing with them and breeding among themselves in what they call the so-called Creole people. All right? Creole. They maintain the animal genetics. As we have showed you, that Ethiopians don't think themselves as being Africans, which means mankind. If they were to eat foods filled with iodine, as you're looking at this lady right here, who looks black and will pass as black, as many evil blacks of America, if they were to eat foods filled with iodine, eating the right foods with no poisons, they would grow the fur, as you're seeing right here, that this is fur on their face with a tail, and you would know that they are not mankind. So, continuing on, if food is not good, the common sense in it is that you shouldn't eat it or grow it anymore, because you know it's not going to be of any effect to you. So by what they have showed you in this example of Uncle Ben's rice, that it is enriched, it means the rice doesn't have enough nutrients for you. So why grow it? Because it's all a lie. Because they are feeding you manufactured rice. And even after they've manufactured the rice with all the poisons, they put in more extra poisons in it. That's why they tell you, do not wash the rice, cook it that way, because it has nutrients. That dust that you find has vitamins and everything that you need, because the rice is enriched. It's all a lie. It's just poisons. All of that is to make sure that the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, and the mixed people, mixed quarter, mixed half, because a lot of blacks in America love it, especially the evil black women of America. Oh, I am mixed because they have taught you that you should be an animal. That is why they have made you to believe in the zodiac signs, as we have taught you that the word zodiac comes from the word zoo, which is talking about animals. And they say that if you can draw this kind of, let's say, some kind of points in the stars in the sky, that it turns into an animal. It's all a lie. This is all training for the evil black elites whom love animals, based on the fact that in ancient times, the evil black people, mankind people of the world, were crossbreeding with animals. So they continue teaching you that. And the evil black women of America will always ask you first, what's your zodiac? What's your sign? Evil. So continuing on now. The reason for all this warning is to make sure that with rice that you eat, that you get all the poisons that you need. Because the demons albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the mixed people, half mixed, quarter mixed, whom are not orientals, need to get all these poisons so they do not grow their fur and animal tails for us to see that they are not mankind. So when you see anybody in this world looking like this, because the evil black elites are going to try to confuse you about the truth, but we are revealing it courtesy to you of the priesthood ahead of time, so you know it. You're going to see some black people being presented to you, right? As this lady right now that you're looking at, they're going to look black, right? Because this lady right here will pass off as being black, but she's not. The hair is straight, and as you can see right here, this is hair all over her face because it's an animal, because they are mixed. They are not really mankind. Quarter mixed, half mixed, whatever you want to call it, but they are mixed regardless. Do not be fooled anymore. And continuing on, let's now show you what is in rice. When you wash it, it has that murky white color because of the so-called dusts of vitamins and nutrients which they add, which is all poisons. Because rice, as you're coming to find out as we're teaching you step by step, is not real food. It's the number one food that serves all poisons in every way, shape, or form, so that you get sick. Also, that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed, half mixed, quarter mixed people whom are not orientals can get all the poisons they need, so they do not grow their animal tails and features for we to see that they are not mankind and they are used to continue the oppression, killing of righteous black people, because the evil black elites led by the leaders want to be called kings and gods for you to come to them and ask them to help you through fabricated poverty, through lies, all because you do not know history. If you did watch in the short video that we played you of us washing blue ribbon white rice, which is enriched rice of the same standard as we have taught you that Uncle Ben's rice is the standard, has been known throughout the years as the standard for rice because it was manufactured, fabricated by some evil black elites, which we are going to show you their faces right here. With any rice that you wash in this world, when you wash it, you're going to notice a certain color of murky white color. And that murky white color is not dirt. Because if you go wash any other plant or root crop that you harvest, it's not going to be the same murky white color as you're looking at the screen right here. Because why is that color murky white? You're going to find out very, very soon, because it is nothing but fluorine from the tree of fluorine. Short and simple, and you're going to know what it is. We are going to show you all the so-called constituents that they say in terms of vitamins that they add to this white rice, especially of the Uncle Ben's rice, which is the standard for all rice. And before we show you that, we want to show you the plant because we told you that we are going to show you a plant which can be harvested every 3 months, can be grown around the clock all year round as long as you water it, which is the basis for the manufactured food that we all consume without us knowing. So we're going to show you that. And then we come back and show you the so-called nutrients that they say that they add to rice to make it enriched, because it's all poisons. Because what you're going to find out on this particular act of shape of world here in the sciences, all the so-called vitamins. So for example, if you go to a pharmacy, right? You go into any store and they say we have vitamin A, B, C, D, so on, folic acid, consume it. It all comes down to one poison, which is fluorine. There are no vitamins in the world. There are no nutrients in the world that they say that they can add to food to make you healthy. All of them are poisons. By using a spell in the word vitamins or vitamins, that's how you pronounce it. It makes you to believe that there is something that they can add to food which is naturally grown. Because if you're adding vitamins to food, common sense tells you that the food that you're growing or what that you're consuming is not healthy enough for you. So you should not, in a natural sense, be growing that foods. So why are you still growing the foods and then feeding people extra vitamins and nutrients and supplements? Why don't you just grow the right food so you don't need to feed them vitamins and supplements? But that's how we've been trained, because all of this is using knowledge against us by teaching us bullshit and lies. So we do not know that the whole entire idea is what? To make sure that you feed on poisons, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed people, quarter mix, half mix, quarter mix, whom are not Orientals, will get enough poisons not to grow their tails and animal features. But they have to tell you lies to make you believe that the poison food that you're eating, with the labels that they give you in GMO, non-organic, so on and so forth, vitamins, supplements, is better than what nature itself naturally created through the creator self. This is what a stupid mechanic on the road will tell you, that they know more about the Mercedes-Benz cars than the manufacturer of Mercedes-Benz. So we are breaking down all the lies so you see that they are lying to you. Because if they tell you, all right, that rice, for example, as they have made you to understand that the rice is not rich enough, doesn't have enough nutrients, that's why they have to enrich it, you shouldn't grow rice anymore. You should grow a food that you think that if you eat them in what they call a balanced diet, that you're going to get all the nutrients that you need. That is what common sense, logical thinking should tell you. That's how you should apply it. So if, for example, you know that rice only contains a certain amount of nutrients, doesn't have the complete nutrients that you need, you just grow that and tell people, okay, this is how you eat your food. You eat rice, you mix rice with some cassava, which has certain other nutrients. You mix corn, which has certain other nutrients. You mix vegetable, which has certain other nutrients. You now mix meat. In terms of fish or certain types of fish, we have certain other nutrients. You mix oil, which has certain other nutrients, and you have a balanced diet. Does that make sense? That is the logical conclusion on how you should be taught to eat food so you have all the nutrients. So, but why, if rice does not have certain amount of nutrients, you grow it, you enrich it by adding chemicals to it? Why not just teach the people the other foods that they should eat together with the rice so they get all the nutrients? Why do you have to add nutrients only to the rice? Does that make sense? Because pay attention to the words. Do they? We gotta laugh at this because every time I read the scripts as the narrator, it makes me laugh. So, why don't you say, let's add nutrients to yams and give it to the public? Why don't you say, let's add nutrients, enrich plantain and give it to the public? Why don't you say, let's enrich barley, add nutrients to it and give it to the public? Why is it only rice? Does that make sense to you? Because rice has been made to be the most popular foods that we eat over the past 200 years, such that there are people in this world, go into Asia and anywhere in the world, the majority of the food that they eat is rice. They make it in so many ways, but it's still rice. When you go to an Oriental Japanese restaurant, what do you think you're eating? It's rice. And that is how they have been able to feed us the poisons over years, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight head, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed, quarter mixed people, whom are not Orientals, can get all the poisons they need so they do not grow their tails and animal features. Because 200 years ago, they found out the best way to feed the poisons to their animals and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, the mixed people, quarter mixed, half mixed, whom are not Orientals, is to manufacture food. That is why 90% of the food that we eat today is manufactured. As long as it is packaged, it is manufactured. Because, for example, you go buy fish at a store and they put it in a package for you, you find it packaged, and even with the fish that you do not see as packaged, they've already sprayed poisons upon it. It's manufactured. As long as you did not grow the food yourself, or you caught it naturally in the wild, it's manufactured. But you don't know that because they don't want you to understand what manufactured food is in reality and genetically modified food. Because all foods that you eat that is packaged, you did not grow it, you did not catch it in the wild, is manufactured because they process it so demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the mixed people, quarter mixed, half mixed, whom are not Orientals, we get all the poisons they need. So as this lady that we've shown you, they will not grow. There are 4 animal tails and features, so you see that they are animals indeed. No coincidence. Because this bitch right here would pass as a mankind black woman, but it's not. Look at the hair on the head, straight. And this is what you find in most blacks of America and the so-called people who called themselves Ethiopians, Somalians, Eritreans. The real Greeks and Romans of history who did not identify themselves to be the same as the same ethnicity of Europe, whom are Gauls. So this is real history which you'll never know, but we're going to teach you. The true Europeans who are Gauls, and excluding the Greeks and the Italians whom are identified as Romans, they are the descendants of the children of Japheth. So that word Gaul is a Germanic word. How do you spell the word German? Let's show you so you can see the spell. The word Gaul is spelled as G-A-U-L. The word German is also spelled as G-R-M-A-N. Can you see that the word Gaul is the same as German in terms of pronunciation, right? So, can you spell German as J-E-R-M-A-N? Yes! So, why did they have to change the spelling? Because it's code for them, because they wrote the scriptures. They know all the ethnicities and who is who in the rogue eaters. So, because the word here, if you can spell Germany with a J, this turns to what? Japheth in scriptures. So therefore, the Europeans, all right, are ethnicities of Japheth. They know this. Now, why didn't the Romans, all right, the Italians, the original Italians of history, and the Greeks consider themselves to be Europeans? Real history, because you're knowing it today. The Romans, the Italians of history, and the Greeks of history are descendants of the Bantu people. Greeks and Romans or Italians real history, now that you know it. So that is why, even though they lived in Europe, in the Greeks, all right, when you look at the map of the world, go take a look. The Greeks, pay attention to the words. The Greeks, all right, the Italians, the Philistines, and the Egyptians. Go take a look at your scriptures in Genesis chapter number 10 and read the table of nations which has already been revealed to you on several acts of Shape of World, but you're getting to know some of this story right here. So for your understanding, you understand this. They were all descendants of whom? Ham. Because Ham was the father of Egyptians and the Philistines, and the Romans and Greeks were also descendants of Ham, and they shared lineage with what? The Egyptians. So that is why the Greeks and the Italians did not consider themselves to be a part of Europe, separate from the Gauls, the ethnicities, the children of Japheth. That is why they always had issues and wars with the Europeans in the Gauls, and they were defeated. And some of them came into Africa to stay close to their neighbors, to stay close to those whom they share a lineage with in the Bantu people, whom are Egyptians. That is why the real Romans and Greeks of history, or the real Greeks and Italians of history, all settled in the area that is called Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somali, to stay close to whom they share a lineage with in the Bantu people, whom are the real Egyptians of history. But they were the ones, the Ethiopians, the Somalis, the Eritreans, who mix so much with the demons in albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, when they were imps walking on all fours. That is why when you take a look at the Ethiopians, the Somalis, and the Eritreans, they all have the hair of this Black American woman, which we showed you here, would say that they are black, but they are not. Because this is the hair you would find on most Ethiopian people, on most Somali people, and most people of Eritrea, because of mixing with imps, the very children of Satan, crawling on all fours, covered with fur and having a tail, before they became so much poisoned to look like mankind people without a tail, and because of the poisons, they don't grow that tail and fur. That is why the real Greeks and the real Italians moved to the area, settled in the area of Turkey, Egypt, and then later on in history, Ethiopia, Somali, and Eritrea. Because when you look at the hair on their head, and in the clip that we played for you, they really don't consider themselves to be African. And what does that mean? Mankind black people whom were not Egyptians. That's what you have to understand. That is how they separated themselves from even their own people whom they shared a lineage with. In some of the Bantu, people whom wanted to follow the Creator in righteousness. Let's continue on.
I want you to know this is nothing personal. It's purely business.
Killing me won't stop anything, Sanchez! See you in hell!
This private vendetta of yours could easily compromise Her Majesty's government.
You're going after Sanchez, aren't you? Are you crazy?
Make a sound, and you're dead.
No! Your license to kill is revoked. Effective immediately.
In my business, you prepare for the unexpected.
Problem solved.
I'm more of a problem eliminator.
This is where it ends, Commander.
He's got to be stopped.
So the one plant that you can grow and harvest every 3 months to 4 months throughout the whole year, as long as you can supply it water, it's going to grow and you can harvest it. It's the only plant in the world that you can grow, harvest, besides some other veggies or so that you can harvest every month or thereabout, or 2 months at the most. But this particular one, because it is one of the plants that's used to make flour, and flour is used to make a lot of the so-called manufactured foods that we eat, is corn. That is why when you go into any store in the Western world, corn is in abundance all year round. Because corn is the number one plant which is used to manufacture all the manufactured foods that you eat. They will lie to you about wheat and so on and so forth, but it is corn. Because if you're trying to grow wheat, wheat doesn't grow like corn. It doesn't. You can't have it in that much abundance. But corn all year round, 3 months max, you get it. And from corn, you can get oil and you can get flour, which you can use to make every type of manufactured food. So we are showing you here the number one constituent that is used to manufacture all the so-called manufactured food that you eat, whether it be macaroni, noodles, spaghetti, and rice, all comes from corn. Now, let's continue to show you the so-called ingredients that you will find labeled on most rice that you eat today. The labeling of the ingredients shows you that it is manufactured. Because if you go to buy banana, there's no label on it to say it contains this amount of this, it contains this amount of this, thiamine, vitamins, iron, so on and so forth. You don't find it because it's a natural food. So whenever they manufacture food, they have to put a label on it to show the ingredients of what they have mixed together to manufacture the food. Why did they have to do this? Because you have to understand this, which people don't pay attention to. Evil has classes. Not everybody is in the same class of evil. A homosexual can think about that lying or stealing from someone is evil. But does that make him not to be an evil person? No, he's still evil. So that's what we have not been trained to know. Most evil people who do evil see other people who do a different kind of evil as they are evil, and that the evil that they are doing themselves is not evil. Somebody who steals and deceives someone else would look at a murderer and a homosexual as an evil person. But he's only looking at them because he's not a murderer and he's not a homosexual, but he steals and deceives people. As there's so many people that you will find on the internet who deceive people with lies. To them, they are not evil. The murderer and the homosexual is, because they're not doing the same thing. So there are classes of evil. So when there are classes of evil, they don't see themselves to be evil, and they all want to get into a business. But the chief evil, the overall, the kings of this world who do all the evil are the ones that are controlling everybody else, because they are keeping knowledge from you by telling you lies throughout history based on the knowledge that they got from Moses, that the Creator made this world. These other evil people, lower ranked evil, do not think that they are evil. So the lower ranked people who don't think that they are evil want to get into the business, all right, of making food and manufacturing food. So the evil black elites who use their corporations, as you're going to understand the structure of world control on this particular act of Shape Our World, they will tell them, if you are going to sell your own brand of manufactured food, this is what that you must mix together for us to allow you sell it. And the department that does that and tells them, this is what you must mix together in your food, manufactured food that you're going to sell, and we are going to test it, is the FDA, the Food, Drug and Administration Agency of the United States of America and Canada and all over the world. Otherwise, you're not going to sell it. Other evil people will now have to submit and do according to what the FDA tells them, so they can also sell the evil food, manufactured food, in the department stores of the evil black elites. They themselves being black also, they want to get into the business, so they must adhere to those rules. So that is why when you go to buy food now, they list the ingredients, because they have to list the ingredients for the FDA to take a look at it after testing it and making sure that they have put all the poisons necessary for the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed people and quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals, to get all the poisons they need so they do not grow those tails and animal features, for mankind, black people, to identify them clearly without having to think about it, besides looking at their hair, that they are animals indeed, because they are the scapegoats. They are the deception used by the evil black elites so that they can stay behind the scenes and perpetuate all manner of abominations and oppression on their own people and not get terminated, extinct for all the evil they are doing, so that they can continue to live as kings. Because when you have confusion, which is chaos, you can never develop a mindset to know whom the person is who is attacking you and killing you and your enemy. That is why it is said in the so-called many cults of the evil black elites, order by chaos. They bring about what? Order through confusion. The world is ordered by confusion. What does it mean, confusion? You have no idea about what is the truth. So that is why they have so many agents all around the world that they have developed to tell you lies. So you do not have a mindset of understanding to know whom your enemy is and the person committing all the atrocities against you and oppressing you, killing and murdering you, so that they can remain kings. Because poverty, evil that they are doing to you is manufactured. It is not normal to nature. Evil is done by men.
Now, if you want to export and make it big in the US food market, FDA is unavoidable. See, you must register your facility, and this is not optional. It's a must. You must have your food facility registration. Now, your labels must show key things that the FDA wants: the net weight, the ingredient listing, the allergen listing, and the country of origin. Again, the right HS code must classify your product for customs when you're exporting. Getting the wrong HS code and your shipment may be delayed.
Now, your labels must show key things that the FDA wants: the net weight, the ingredient listing, the allergen listing, and the country of origin. Again, the right HS code must classify your product for customs when you're exporting. Getting the wrong HS code and your shipment may be delayed.
Now, your labels must show key things that the FDA wants: the net weight, the ingredient listing, the allergen listing, and the country of origin. Again, the right HS code must classify your product for customs when you're exporting. Getting the wrong HS code and your shipment may be delayed.
Now, your labels must show key things that the FDA wants: the net weight, the ingredient listing, the allergen listing, and the country of origin. Again, the right HS code must classify your product for customs when you're exporting. Getting the wrong HS code and your shipment may be delayed. You see, FDA is not your enemy. They just want order and protection for the US consumers who are going to buy your product.
You see, FDA is not your enemy. They just want order and protection for the US consumers who are going to buy your product.
You see, FDA is not your enemy. They just want order and protection for the US consumers who are going to buy your product.
You see, FDA is not your enemy. They just want order and protection for the US consumers who are going to buy your product. If you follow the rules, the US market will become one of the easiest places to grow your export business. Today, let's talk about how to choose the right shipping company for your food export business. Now, the first thing is to be sure to check for someone who understands food products, not just general cargo, right? So here are 4 questions to ask the shipping company for your food product. Now, number 1, ask them how often they ship food in commercial quantities to the USA or wherever it is you're shipping. Again, you must be specific and ask about shipping in commercial quantities, because there is a completely different procedure to ship in large commercial quantity than where you're shipping in personal quantities. Number 2, ask them if they know about FDA food facility registration requirements and the prior notice notification procedure of the FDA. If they can't answer the questions, do not use them. You're going to have your food products most likely seized and held by the FDA. Prior notice is important.
Number 2, ask them if they know about FDA food facility registration requirements and the prior notice notification procedure of the FDA. If they can't answer the questions, do not use them. You're gonna have your food products most likely seized and held by the FDA. Prior notice is important.
Number 2, ask them if they know about FDA food facility registration requirements and the prior notice notification procedure of the FDA. If they can't answer the questions, do not use them. You're going to have your food products most likely seized and held by the FDA. Prior notice is important.
Number 2, ask them if they know about FDA food facility registration requirements and the prior notice notification procedure of the FDA. If they can't answer the questions, do not use them. You're going to have your food products most likely seized and held by the FDA. Prior notice is important.
So before we continue to make you understand fully the ingredients which are used to make rice to show you that it's manufactured, we just have to read to you from Leviticus chapter number 18 to show you why in the scriptures, in the real scriptures, because this is all fabricated in the scriptures that we read, why it was specifically told to the children of Israel, people, that they should not mix with the Egyptians, because the primary Egyptians, as you're coming to find out here, in which the name is Bantu, which is the right word for the Egyptians, and it's from the word Bantu, as we have explained, that you have the word Baal, because the Bantu, in their leaders and their elites, were busy crossbreeding with imps, the very children of Satan, which was produced by Semiramis, all right? And they were imps crawling about on all fours with a tail, as Yoda that you see in Star Wars covered in fur. Most of the Bantu elites were doing this, and this happened to be a lot of the pharaohs of Egypt, which we have already disclosed to you, and together with the Greeks and the Italians. And they did all sorts of abominations. So that is why the Creator told the people, do not marry them, do not have anything to do with them, be with your own people. Otherwise, their genetics will pass on to you, as you're going to find out on this particular act of Shape of a World in the real sciences, on who carries those genetics of evil. We've already explained it before, you've heard it before, but we're going to make you understand it fully, clearly here on Act 8 of Shape of a World. So that's why when you read in Leviticus chapter number 18 concerning how the Creator himself spoke with Moses, he says, you shall not do according to the devices of Egypt in which you dwelt, and according to the devices of the land of Canaan, which I bring you, you shall not do, because the Canaanites, as the Bantu people, were all what? Go check Genesis chapter 10. They were all descendants of Ham, whom brought Satan upon the boat of Noah and hid him, and made all his descendants to honor, because he told whom? He told his heirs about this secret. Does that make sense? Let's continue on. Now, before we continue to show you the ingredients, as you've come to understand right now, that corn flour is one of the major ingredients used to manufacture a lot of the so-called foods that we eat, especially such things as spaghetti, noodles, so on and so forth. They will write it that is wheat, because all of that is a deception for you not to understand what they are using to make all these foods for you. So you have some sort of confidence in the food and eat it, because they want the demons to have some sort of confidence, because they have no idea about reality. They can't think, they don't know anything except what they're told by the institutions which are owned by the black elites which train them. So they eat all these poisons and get all the poisons that they need, so they do not grow their tails and animal features for us to identify them that they are not mankind. Now, if you look at any rice brand that you buy, with Uncle Ben's being the standard for the rice and other manufactured rice, it will list some ingredients on it, because when you list ingredients on anything, pay attention. When you list ingredients on anything, it means it's manufactured. As we have taught you why they had to list the ingredients, because other evil black elites wanted to get in on the business. Does that make sense? So if you go and look at any of this, you're going to find out that they list all the ingredients, which is going to be a standard that the FDA, the Food Drug Administration, sets in the United States of America, Canada, and the rest of the world, that if you want to bring your foods in, it must contain this and that. We're going to show you all the proof so you understand that rice is manufactured. They'll tell you, as you see, he says saturated fat 0%, cholesterol 0%, because they've made us to believe that cholesterol is in food. It does not exist. Cholesterol is not in food. Cholesterol is the poison they put in food. Understand that. Cholesterol is the poison. It is what forms in your body from the poisons that you consume. It is not in food, except the food is grown on poisons. Pay attention to the words. Cholesterol does not exist except the food is grown on poisons. And the poisons get into your body and form the cholesterol. That is what I was pulling out of my mouth. And that is what embalmers have been pulling out of corpses of dead people. So continue, it says sodium here, 0%. Sodium is wonderful. You'll know later on this particular act of Shape of a World. It says here dietary fiber 4%, total carbohydrates 13%, total sugars includes 0 gram added sugars 0%. Then it goes on down here, right? And lists some more things that they add. It says vitamin D 0%. It says here thiamine 15%. Shows here niacin 15%. Shows here iron 6%, potassium 2%, folate 30%, folic acid. And as we have explained to you, with common sense, is anything acidic good? It's an acid. Acid burns. We've always known that. If you've done chemistry, you know that. So why would you put acid in anything, as the so much manufactured food that we consume in the world always has some sort of acid in some way, shape, or form in it? Why would you put it? Even down to the soda drinks. Because other black elites wanted to get into the business, and the other black elites that want to get into the business don't understand chemistry fully. So the FDA has to tell them, if you want to get into the business, these are the things that you must add. And it is sold to them for you to get into the business, to manufacture rice and to sell it. Does that make sense? So that's why they have to all provide these labels, because the FDA is going to check. If it doesn't line up after they've tested your food that you've manufactured, they won't let you sell it. Classes of evil checking other evil people. Does that make sense? Because that's what's happening in the world. Other evil people are checking other evil people, because the most evil at the top don't want you to be the same as them. They want to remain the elite, and they want you to be what? Subject to them. It's all about who is supposed to be the real elite and others. It's all about worship. They want to be gods. So before we begin to show you all what these so-called ingredients that they say is, so you understand it vividly and clearly, over the years, the evil black elites led by leaders figured out that sooner or later, people with enough common sense and thinking are going to know that rice is manufactured food and poisons. So they went ahead and started informing us wrongly that certain Chinese Oriental people are producing plastic rice and imputing it with normal rice and selling it to us. Why did they have to do that? So you would never know that the rice that you eat is manufactured. But they created another lie to divert you from that attention, and they show you on social media and any type of media to inform you like they are informing you of the truth. Because as we have taught you throughout, there's a foundational lie these evil black elites establish, led by the leaders. Those foundational lies must never be known by the public to be a lie. Examples in such things, as we have taught you, in that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, the mixed people, quarter mixed, half mixed, whom are not Orientals, are animals. That's a foundational lie. Nobody must ever know that. So you will never hear them talk about it in any way, shape, or form. The most they do to lead you away from that truth so you will never know it is they tell you the theory of evolution, that we all evolved from apes instead of the truth, that no such thing as evolution exists. So there are foundational lies. The foundational lies must never be tampered with because this is the basis, this is the foundation of their wicked, evil empire for them to remain as kings. Foundational lie. The world must never know that black people, mankind black people with woolly hair, Africans, as we've been showing you in the short clips that play at the start of every video, the evil African kings and elites are the ones running the world. So they must always tell you what? Black people haven't done nothing throughout the whole entire world. They don't have any common sense. They have no knowledge. They have no technology advancement. So that is why when you go to Africa, because of that foundational lie, they must make sure that everywhere in Africa is underdeveloped. So you believe that Africans are poor. So if anybody was in Africa and they wanted to develop Africa, like create roads or create something, they will frustrate you. So you can't do it because the foundational lie must be believed that black people never did anything. They don't have any knowledge. They are closer to monkeys, so that you will always believe that Cubans, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grew tails are the ones with the knowledge. Do you see what's going on? Foundational lies. So the foundational lie is established and nothing must come in contact to destroying that. They will give you diversions on it, so you will always believe the foundational lie. So in the same manner, they started over the years to tell us that Chinese or certain people are producing plastic rice, mixing it with rice. Why? So you will never know that rice is manufactured, because it is the number one poisons used to feed to us, besides other processed food and other poison food and foods that are grown without fluorine, crossbred and grown with poisons. So you would never know this is the major food that's causing all your sicknesses and diseases, because it is required for demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed, quarter mixed, half mixed people whom are not Orientals to eat and have enough poisons so they do not grow their tails and animal features. So let's play you a short clip of how they've been trying to deceive us not to know the truth about what rice is. Then we come back and show you the ingredients of the rice and break it down one by one, so you now understand at the end of the day, as we are leading you on to understand that poisons only come from one tree, which the Creator himself told us not to eat, in the tree of fluorine, and you're going to find out what it is on this particular act of Shape of a World, Act 8 right here. And let's continue on.
Look how some Chinese companies fool us. Actually, now due to the increasing population of China, they have started making duplicate rice, because now these Chinese make plastic rice and mix it with the original rice in such a way that you people do not have even the slightest doubt, and this rice is made in such a way that it really looks like the original rice, which you people eat.
Look how some Chinese companies fool us. Actually, now due to the increasing population of China, they have started making duplicate rice, because now these Chinese make plastic rice and mix it with the original rice in such a way that you people do not have even the slightest doubt, and this rice is made in such a way that it really looks like the original rice, which you people eat.
Look how some Chinese companies fool us. Actually, now due to the increasing population of China, they have started making duplicate rice, because now these Chinese make plastic rice and mix it with the original rice in such a way that you people do not have even the slightest doubt, and this rice is made in such a way that it really looks like the original rice, which you people eat.
Look how some Chinese companies fool us. Actually, now due to the increasing population of China, they have started making duplicate rice, because now these Chinese make plastic rice and mix it with the original rice in such a way that you people do not have even the slightest doubt, and this rice is made in such a way that it really looks like the original rice, which you people eat.
So if you did watch all the clips that we played for you of them showing us that Orientals create plastic rice, and we have explained that they did this on purpose because they knew that people would find out sooner or later that rice is manufactured food. They went ahead to provide the diversion by actually making plastic rice and putting it in certain of the manufactured rice already, so that you would go and find it, all right, and believe the stories that there is plastic rice, so you do not know that your own rice that you eat is manufactured. So this is how the evil black elites led by leaders fabricate evidences for you, make you to find those evidences. You believe those evidences as facts, and it seems like what is happening organically and naturally, and you come to a wrong conclusion and live your life based on the wrong conclusion, which is a lie, so that you never know the truth. This is what they've been doing over the years, donkey years now, and they wrote it into the Bible, which is their manual for how they were going to run the world. That it has to be run on what? Confusion. Nobody should know the truth except them. That they have to keep on spreading lies over and over again. But as we have taught you before, whenever you tell someone a lie, a pattern shows up. Sooner or later, you're going to see the pattern. You don't have to think about it. It's just going to appear. But for you not to see the pattern, they now tell you another lie on top of that lie. So it throws you off from seeing the pattern, so you start going after another lie, and then they tell you another lie on top of the lie that they told you. They keep leading you on in strings, all right? Round and round and round and round on a merry-go-round which never stops, on a treadmill which never stops. So that's why the world is in this situation it is, because they have studied the art of lying and telling you lies and leading you on, so you never come to a conclusion about the truth. So that is why, if you pay attention, all what the so-called elites do is lie. For example, your government will tell you that they are working on making things better for you, but things get worse every year. But why don't people hold them responsible? Because of the lie they've told you. Because once they have put you under spell by their words, we are working to make things better. This is the way things are. We owe money, import, export, such things as fiscal policy, demand, supply, and all those terminologies which you don't understand. You actually believe them. You actually are weakened by those lies, and you can't do anything because you have no understanding of how reality works. That is why they take out the time to feed you lies, using first and foremost their most basic super weapon, which is religion, Christianity. Then the next super weapon that they use is by telling you lies about prosperity to put you in poverty, giving you false prosperity. Then another super weapon they have is give you hope. They always make you hope, because if they don't make you hope, what happens is that when you lose all hope and you know that things are the way it is, you are going to act because you no longer have hope. So they have to keep giving you hope. So they put you in that cycle of you being powerless, ineffective, redundant. You can't do anything because you're having hope. So you have to throw away hope. So we've listed all the super weapons that they use, and all of this is based on what? It's all based on deceiving you from coming to a conclusion and knowing the truth. As example, as we show you right here, they fabricated plastic rice deliberately, put it in other rice that they have manufactured, and sell it to you. And you go buy it, and you probably will cook it. Then notice there's something wrong. The plastic rice is still tough. The manufactured rice is a little softer. So you believe a lie. Fabricated evidence. Now, the one thing which this video showed you, which you never paid attention to, but we always have to draw you to the details so you understand the facts and see it for yourself. You may have watched those clips of them admitting that plastic rice is being made because the plastic rice is purposefully done so that you will not know that the rice that you eat in any way, shape, or form is manufactured rice. 90% of the rice that you buy at stores is manufactured, is not real rice. And you're going to understand that in a short minute. Because what these clips that we played for you showed you one thing which you people never pay attention to. What is that one thing? I want you to look at the grains of this plastic rice which is shown right here. What do you people notice about it, which you never pay attention to when you're going to buy food? Do you notice that this plastic rice that they show you, they all have the same color? Did you notice that? You never did. Because as we have taught you, if you were never close to your parents, your grandparents, and your great-grandparents, for them to show you how they used to live and what they used to do and tell you real history, you have no idea about life and what's going on. So you will never know anything. And they know this. That is why they brought about the scriptures to tell you, don't listen to your parents, your grandparents, or your great-grandparents. Listen to God, Jesus Christ, your pastor. He's the one who's preaching about this God that you should listen to. So if you never paid attention, you would never know, because as we have taught you, again, second thing, if you're not in agriculture, if you're not into farming, the truth is this: you will never know anything real in this world. Why? Because you have to understand this. The Creator himself is a farmer. That is why you see vegetation in plants growing everywhere. That is one of his first creations. So if you're not into farming, you will never know anything in this world. Just like we showed you earlier, for you to understand that the word pharmacy comes from what? Farming. All medicine comes from a farm. Whether you're growing animals or growing crops in plants, it all comes from a farm. So we are showing you physical attributes of crops so you understand why rice is fake, because you never paid attention to it. The first thing that you should have noticed on this clip of plastic rice is that all the rice has the same color. Same color. Let's show you a picture of Uncle Ben's rice with black rice, and you will see that they all have the same color. You will understand in a short minute all of this. So here is a picture of Uncle Ben's rice and black rice. Now, the black rice that you're seeing right here may not look like it's the same color. It's just because the skin that they manufactured on this black rice has peeled off some of them because we put it in water already. So, but if you pay attention to this rice, all of them are of the same color. With the black rice, all of the same color, the same as the image of the plastic manufactured rice. Did you people notice that? Don't worry, hold on, you're going to understand this, because we're trying to show you how to know real food from manufactured food. If you go and buy any brand of manufactured food, let's say spaghetti, noodles, macaroni, what is the consistency with what you notice when you buy them and you pour them out? They are all the same color. Why are we saying this? In nature, nothing is of the same color. You have mankind, which they call black people. But the skin of all black people in this world is not the same black. Some are deeper black. Some are lighter black. Some are tan black. Some are brown. Why do they have all these colors? Because that shows you individuality. Individuality. That is what nature does. Everyone is not the same. We are all individuals, but you can recognize that we belong to the same species of something because we all have a certain look, but the color differentiates us as being individuals. That is how nature produces everything. If you were into agriculture, you will notice this. When you pluck any fruits, uproot any root of any tree, or the flowers that you see, they are not all of the same color. There is a distinction. The colors will have differences. It's not going to be the same because that is what nature produces for us. Individuality for us to know that we are different. Pay attention, you're going to find this out sooner or later as we get along. So there are always individual differences. So everybody can be identified as being different and not the same. So for example, a man will give birth to a child. The child will look exactly like him in everything. When you see the child, you will know, okay, it's this man's child. But the child will be taller than the parents, or shorter than the parent, or thicker than the parent, just to differentiate them as an individual. That is why in this world you have tall people, you have short people, you have what? Light-skinned people, you have darker-skinned people, you have people with thicker hair, some with not so full, thicker hair. Their mustache is not so thick. Their mustache is different. Some of them have sideburns, full-grown sideburns. Some have less. Though some women have more hips, are thicker, wider, taller, bigger. Some women have bigger breasts. Some have smaller breasts. Some have bigger hips. Some have smaller hips. All of these differences to show you that we are all individuals. All individuals. But look at the rice that they feed you. It's all the same color and same size, with the example of showing you here, because the evil black elites think that they are deceiving us, but they do not know that they are deceiving themselves because they are fools. They are showing you here, but you never pay attention, that the plastic rice that they are showing you here has what? Has the same color and same size, just like the rice that made you to believe that is real rice, has the same color and same size. So here is an image of Uncle Ben's rice. What is the difference in the color and texture of the size of this rice? They are all the same. Nothing like that happens in nature. Go into any of the so-called foods that you eat. Buy some tomato. You will see that tomatoes are all of different sizes because it's real food. Let's pull up a picture. If you go to buy tomatoes, you will notice that all of them are of different sizes, some big, some small, and they have different colors. None of them are going to be in unison of the same color because it is real food. You can only give something the same color and same size if it is manufactured because a machine is producing it. Now that we have told you, the elites will try to make their rice to be of different sizes when you buy them, of the same bag or purchase, because they will know now that they have been found out for lying to you. Now, if you buy any food, some of the images are going to show on your screen. Here is an image of potatoes. You will notice the potatoes have different colors, different lengths, different sizes, they are not the same. You can see the turmeric here has different sizes, they are not the same, because this is normal, natural food. Even though some of them have been crossbred and inbred, but they are going to have different sizes, different colors, because they are natural food. This is how nature produces everything. Some things are bigger, some things are smaller, but you can still identify them to be of the same species because they're all going to look the same in terms of structure. But these small, different attributes of size, of color, differentiates them to be individuals. For example, my father is my father. My father has completely dark skin, but my skin is not as dark as my own father. That is the individuality to show that we are different. Even though when someone looks at me and looks at my father, they can identify that he is my father because we have the same look. We sound alike. We look alike. But just because my own skin is not as dark as his, somebody can differentiate. Oh, this is your son and this is the father. Here are some plantains. If you go to buy plantain, you will notice some of them are smaller, some are longer, some are curvier. It's the same with nature. Look all around us. Women are all different, but you can still identify them to be women, don't we? Some are going to be taller, some shorter, some are curvier, some have more hips, some have less hips, some have a bigger behind, some have a smaller behind, some have bigger breasts, some have smaller breasts, but you can still identify that they are all what? They are all women. And a mother will be taller than her daughter, but the daughter looks like her in everything. It's just the height difference just shows, oh, that's the mother, it's the daughter. The same with the plantain. So that's how all natural food is. The differences in height, color, makes you understand that they are individuals, even though as you're looking right here, you can see that this is a plantain. But you can differentiate one from the other because there's a smaller one, something that is straighter. This one is much more curvier, some is bigger. That is what nature produces for individuality, even though we all belong to the same species and class that can be identified. Here's an image of pineapples. Some smaller, different shade of color from one another. Some bigger. But you can identify them by the structure of that they all look like what? They all look like a pineapple. So why is it that when you go and buy rice, they are all the same color, same size, same structure? Because it is manufactured. Just like you go to buy spaghetti in the market, what do you see? It's same color, same size, because it's manufactured. You go to buy noodles in the market, what do you see? Same color when you pull it out. Same color, same size, same structure, because it's manufactured. Anything that is manufactured is going to be the same size, same color, same everything. But everything that is natural, it is impossible. Even if people were to sit down and take out natural foods and say they want to differentiate them into sizes, it is impossible for all of them to be in the same size. That is the truth. But you people never pay attention to these details because you have never been in agriculture. The only way for you to know anything in this world is to be in agriculture, farming. That is when you will know what is and what isn't supposed to be. Here is an image of natural foods, yams. Some longer, some smaller, some curvier, some straight. They are not the same. Natural foods, because they are not manufactured. You never pay attention because you're not in farming. Here is an image of cassava. Have you seen? Some are bigger, some are leaner and shorter, some are smaller, but we can all identify them to be cassava. But they have all individuality. That is how you can separate and know who is a parent, who is the child, who is a grandparent, who's a great-grandparent. They will all have the structure that shows them that they are what related. But the differences in their sizes, color, makes you know them as individuals. So you will never look at someone's parent and think them to be the same as their child. So what does that tell you about identical twins? We're on the science part of Shape of Our World, and you're going to understand everything. So continuing on now, let's now show you the ingredients on the labels that you will find on your rice and break it down to reveal the truth to you as you have come to understand this particular part of showing you that when you go to buy rice, example in Uncle Ben's rice, which is the standard for all the manufactured rice in this world, you never paid attention to it. The grains are all of the same size, just like the plastic rice that they showed you, which is manufactured. Because the evil black elites think that they are wise, but their wisdom is only revealing them to be fools and the evil that they really are, which are found out. And you never knew this because why? The Creator himself does not say anything, and you will not know anything without a great high priest from the priesthood. So let's continue now and show you all the ingredients that they put in your rice, because you have come to understand that it is manufactured, because they have what? The same color, same size, because it is impossible as you look all around you at nature. Every tree is not of the same height. Every grass is not of the same height or same color. They all have differences, even though you can distinguish them in terms of the species or class that they belong to. They're not the same height, not the same color, not the same shape, because they all have individuality. This is what nature produced. This is what the Creator himself produced, so you could identify who is who. Because even though we all belong to the same species or same class of living organisms, those small, slight differences in height, color, all right, weight, makes us to be able to identify who is who. And as you look at this long grain Uncle Ben's rice, it tells you it is manufactured because it doesn't fit any of the description. It's the same size. Go take a look at any rice that you buy. Scoop it out. See what you find. It's all the same size, same color, same structure. It's manufactured. Just as the video that we played for you showed you of how they manufacture plastic rice, and all of them was what? Same color, same size, same structure. So let's continue now to show you the so-called vitamins that they add, because this is also going to make you understand that rice is manufactured. And from then, we continue on. One of the things that you may never have paid attention in this video and clips that we played, showing us how they manufacture plastic rice based on the fact that the evil black elites sat down and thought about it, that people are going to know sooner or later that rice is manufactured and is the number one poison for which we are poisoned by, besides all the processed and manufactured food. As you've come to understand that when food has any sort of packaging, all right, packaging in the sense that they put it inside some sort of container, then they put a label on it and other things on it, it means it's been packaged, especially if you're living in the Western world. So one of the things that you didn't pay attention to on those clips that we played for you of them telling us how they manufacture plastic rice is this. Because we are not taught how to think. We are not taught how to process information. The truth is this: if you're doing something that makes you earn a livelihood, and what you are doing, you know that if other people get to know this information, the livelihood that you're earning is going to be reduced because you're going to have competitors with the knowledge that you have or information that you have on certain production of products. That is why in every company in this world, whatsoever they produce, they keep it a secret of how they produce something. But people never ever pay attention to this fact to understand that if you have a source of livelihood which is unique, you don't reveal it to the whole entire public, except on rare occasions. It is something that the public needs to know because the public information is going to help the public, just like we are doing here, courtesy of the priesthood, providing you public information on secrets because it's going to help you. That's the only time that you reveal certain pertinent information publicly, because you are trying to make sure that the public get the information so it helps them because it's affecting them, and you care enough about the public to reveal that information to them. But besides that, if you're earning a livelihood and you know if you reveal the information publicly, you're going to have competition, and then what you were trying to use to earn a livelihood, you're going to have a reduced amount of it because you have competition and other people are now taking from what should have come only to you for you to earn your livelihood. Now, why is all this information necessary for you to understand? Because the truth is this: the only way that we are supposed to live in this world free of all pain and suffering is to grow our own food. But we've been lied to for close to 400 years now, steadily, generation over generation, that has removed us from growing our own food into believing that you can become some sort of a career earner, all right? You can become a lawyer, a doctor, an engineer, so on and so forth. But all those so-called careers or jobs are byproducts of farming. But you don't know this. So therefore, if you get into those careers and you do not grow your own food, you're going to protect the source of information that you have, because that is what you're dependent on in this system that has made us not to believe that we should all grow our own food for you to have a livelihood. So you're going to protect the information that you have if you have created a niche for yourself based on the information or products that you produce that is helping you to survive or live in this world. So why are we explaining all this? Because people never understand anything because we have not been taught to understand how things work. You're watching this video. As you're watching this video, you're seeing how plastic rice is produced. They are showing you how the plastic rice is produced. They are even telling you how the plastic rice is produced. Now, let me ask you a question. The plastic rice is fake rice. If you are a producer of fake rice and you know it is fake, common sense, would you make a video and expose it for you to be caught? Because as you're seeing right here on this video, faces of people are on the video. They are showing you a factory of where they produce the plastic rice. Why? The reason is this. This is made deliberately and exposed to you because under normal circumstances, pay attention. If you're doing something that is detrimental to society, that means you're doing something because as you're watching this image, the plastic rice is dangerous to eat because if you eat it, you will get sick. And you are exposing yourself for producing the plastic rice. If you do that, you're going to be caught and terminated. So why would you do it? Because it doesn't follow common sense and logic, because we have been trained for so long not to think about things logically. When someone goes to steal, he's going to steal and get away, and he should not be caught. We all value our lives. If someone goes to murder someone, he's going to murder someone and not be caught. He himself, who's murdering someone, still wants to live. He values his life. Anybody who does evil, they go and do evil on someone else. They themselves value their lives. They still want to live, even when they are doing evil to someone else. But through movies and media, we have been taught not to think logically about things, to say that nobody values their life, that some people just don't value their life, that the idea or ideal that they live for is more important, so they can commit suicide and take their lives because it does not matter. It is a lie. But we've been trained by this for so long through watching movies and media. When the digital age came on from the 1980s. So why are we telling you all this? If the person producing plastic rice here and he knows that he's doing evil, okay? You can see someone right there, Oriental, right? And you know the plastic rice is not real rice, as you've come to find out that even the rice that you eat is also manufactured. You will not let anybody video you, film you, because once they know that you are the one producing plastic rice, they will come for you, and of a necessity, they will kill you, because what you're doing is evil and detrimental. It's causing people to die. So do you see the logic there? The logic is showing you how to understand things. This video that you're watching here is purposefully put for you to believe that there are people producing plastic rice, and that plastic rice is being sold to you and is causing a lot of your problems. But you're never thinking about this. How come that the person who produced the plastic rice would video it, allow someone to video it, and it gets online and you watch it? That is why they had to create those so-called stupid idea, belief in what? Hacking, that someone hacked into your phone and released information, or there was a leak and it was released, because the evil black elites know what common sense is. Anybody who is doing true evil, because this is the truth, anybody who is doing true evil does not want to be killed. They will protect themselves from exposure. I've been trained for so long, because we do not know our history, that there's such things as hacking and leaking, and information is released to the public which is not supposed to. So that is how we get all the so-called secrets. Just like this in showing you plastic rice being produced. And now you understand, as we have taught you right now, that is all a lie. Because if what they have taught us is real, about the so many hackings and leakings, someone will create terrible videos and say, oh, they hacked into my phone, they hacked into my computer and released this secret or whatsoever, and now everybody knows. It's all bullshit. It don't exist. If it really existed, shouldn't we know? And it is revealed to us, hacking, and you have perfect knowledge of this, of how, let's say, a nuclear weapon is created, or a strain of new virus is created, or how a car is made from scratch so you can know how to make a car yourself, or how an aeroplane is made from scratch so you can know how to make it yourself, how a cell phone is made from scratch and you can make it yourself, or how electricity is made from scratch and you can make it yourself. Do you see how we've been trained stupidly over the years not to know how to think? All of those things are kept a secret. How a computer is created from scratch so you know how to make it yourself. How a television is made from scratch so you can make it yourself on your own. But for some odd reason, it just looks like all the information that we need on how certain drugs could be created and it can cure certain diseases, all of those don't have any leaks. No one is hacking to show us the information. But everything else that is not necessary for you to live by, there's hacking and it's revealed. Someone creates a sex tape and it was hacked into and it is revealed. Isn't that crazy? Because you've been taught over the years to be dumber and dumber and stupid. Why? Because you have been made to believe. And belief means there is no facts, no evidence that there is no creator and that something made the world that we're living in. There is no hacking to show you how money is made so that you can print the money yourself and go to a store and take the money and give you what you need. Why is there only hacking on stupid, useless information that doesn't matter or leaks? But the things that is supposed to be hacked into so we can live our lives freely doesn't get revealed to you. Does that make any sense to you? You haven't been taught to know how to think. Because the evil black elites led by leaders do not want you to understand how to think logically about things. And the reason why you don't understand how to think logically about things is very simple. You have no idea about your history. It's that simple. You have no idea of where you came from, how you got to where you were, who are your parents and how they lived, who were your grandparents and how they lived, who were your great-grandparents and your lineages of how they lived. Is that simple. That's why we've been telling you the most important thing in this world that you're living in is history. As long as you don't know it, you are done. You will never know anything. And as history is getting wiped out, latter generations are going to suffer until something is done about you living in this generation. So continue on. As you watch this video, they show you how they produce the plastic rice, because that is what they want you to believe, so you can make a conclusion and not know that even the rice that you eat is manufactured. So you focus on this plastic rice. So that's why they made this look like it's a hacking, a leak that is revealed to you, because that's how they've been able to convince us of lies. So we continue to believe the lies because we do not know how to think logically about anything, because we have not been close to our parents. grandparents and great-grandparents over donkey years of religion teaching us not to listen to our parents and grandparents, and with us chasing the false prosperity which we have never ever been able to prosper as they have taught us. So continuing on now here, we want to ask a very simple question based on what you've understood now. If they could, in reality, show us how plastic rice is manufactured. If they could, as they're showing you right here, in reality, show us how plastic rice is manufactured. The next question we would ask is this: why don't we know about how anything else is manufactured that matters to our lives? Do you see what we're asking now? If they could show us this, a leak in how plastic rice is manufactured, why don't we have leaks on everything else that is necessary for us to live? Example, a leak in how to print money. Do you see what we're telling you right here? A leak should expose on how you can print money, all right? Print any currency, go to the market, use that currency and buy whatever you need, right? If leaks and hacks were true, as they've made us to believe, why isn't there a leak to show us how they make petroleum, so you don't have to go to the market and buy petroleum in gasoline, diesel, petrol as they call it, all right? And anything that you need for you to survive. Why are there only leaks in some bullshit? So we are trying to show you how to think now. So for example, they'll show you a leak that Sean P. Diddy Combs, as the evil 50 Cent will reveal, had been doing so much atrocities. Okay, that's nice if he did it, and he did it. But why don't we have leaks of the things that concern us the most on how we should live? Everything else on how we should live is a secret. Do you see where we're going now? So why are we telling you all this? The reason why there are no leaks on anything that is necessary for us to survive, on vital things that we need, which we are used to. For example, how to make a car from scratch and how it works, how a cell phone works from scratch, how a television works from scratch, how electricity works from scratch, how telecommunications work from scratch, so we can use it and live. How we can make medicine from scratch, as you have come to understand right now that all medicine comes from farming. Why are we not taught? All these leaks should appear and we would know how to live and be free. If leaking and hacking into phones and revealing useless information, which does not make your life better, but the things that do, there are no leaks on it. Do you see where we're going now? But how is all of this possible? Because the truth is this, which you've never been told, and you're going to hear it here for the very first time in your whole entire life. There is a structure of compartmentalization, and it guides everything that is produced in this world, so you do not have the knowledge of how it works, so you cannot produce it yourself. And this compartmentalization, as you've come to understand this as we are teaching you, is based on what? Keeping secrets. a structure of keeping secrets such that we will never know how things work. This even goes down into the production, because let's break it down for you. If people are producing manufactured rice, even the demons, the albinos, anybody with straight hair, the slaves, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, who grow tails, they would have been able, because they talk without even knowing that they talk, they would have been able to tell you, listen, let us tell you this. Rice is manufactured, but they don't know. They can't even say it. Why? Because the structure of the way things work in this world is compartmentalized. That is why they have supply chains, production chains, all to compartmentalize, keep secrets of how everything is done, so nobody knows how it's done from scratch, from start to finish. So they can never tell you what is. And that is what is going on in everything, including how the world is controlled. So nobody knows how anything is done from scratch except the elites at the very top, a very few of them, which don't even amount up to 200. They are the ones at the top who know how everything is done from scratch. But everybody else does not know. Why? Because through compartmentalization. So now we want to show you how the structure of compartmentalization works, and also how the structure of compartmentalization works into how the world is run. We've already revealed this to you, but we have to go over it here again for you to understand how the structure of world control works. So you would have been accustomed to this chart on several acts of shape of world, but you're going to have to use this over and over again for you to understand how nobody knows. Because let's tell you this openly, there is so much poisons in the world, so much evil going on in the world. And if people had the idea of how all these poisons were made, that they feed us, which makes us sick for mankind, black people, and poisons demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, so they don't grow those tails and animal features in the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, the mixed people, half mixed, quarter mixed, we would be able to expose it to you. They would be able to expose it to you, but they do not know, because there is a structure of how the world is set up and how everything runs. So nobody knows what is going on through compartmentalization, which just means segregation. You're segregated from knowing what the other person knows, and even if you were to meet in the same room and talk about it, you still would not understand each other, because one person is speaking based on what they are taught with the labels and spellings. Another person is speaking on the same thing, not even knowing they're talking about the same thing, but based on the labels and the spelling that they have been trained by, they don't know. Compartmentalization. Because an evil, stupid doctor, because doctors are stupid. The only real doctors in the world pay attention to the words. The only real doctors in the world are midwives, people who help your bones to heal. They set your bones in place and try to make your bones to heal if they were cracked. And then recently, you have what they call dentists, who help you structure your teeth, because when you get poisoned by food that you eat, the very first things that are going to be affected by the poisons that you eat is going to be your kidneys and your tooth. So recently we have a lot of dentists. So out of those three that we have mentioned, all right, a midwife who helps a woman to deliver babies, a bone healer or constructor, which helps to set your bones in place if they have been broken. And recently, the dentist shouldn't even be there, but they are there now because we are being severely poisoned. Anybody else who is in the medical field is a liar, a thief and a cheat. And this is your warning right now. If you don't belong to those two categories, and then the third one we just mentioned, you better leave and go start farming, because everything that we need to cure our sicknesses and diseases is in farming. Growing real food free of poisons. It's that simple. And everybody gets healed and will not have any sickness or diseases. So go find another job, and the only job that you should go find is go back into farming. So continuing on here, we want to show you the structure of world control, of how things are done so nobody understands what is going on. And for some reason, we are all keeping secrets from one another because of compartmentalization. They have taught us how to keep secrets without us knowing through what? Through everybody believing that they fit in a certain category and teaching us that in this category, this is what you know, or this is how things are done, for us not to know that everything is related. Because a doctor will never think that what he's doing is related to what a mechanic is doing. That is how crazy it is, but it's all related. And we've been taught not to know. That is why there has been a segregation of knowledge through teaching us that a lawyer, whatsoever a lawyer does, is different from what a doctor does. And that what a doctor does is different from what an engineer does, when it's all one and the same, and you're going to understand this right now. To break this down very, very simply for you to understand, a doctor believes that he is healing, that he provides drugs or recommends the drugs that you should take so you get healed of any sickness that you have. But the doctor does not know that every drug that he prescribes for you or recommends for you comes from a farm. So the doctor does not know that being a doctor is related to farming, because how they spell the word pharmacy, they spelled it with PH instead of with an F. And you would understand that when a doctor recommends that you should go take some drugs from a pharmacy, he's technically telling you to go to a farm, and that the farm produces the drugs. Because what? The foods that we eat or everything that we consume comes from a farm. So when you take a drug, let's break this down very simply. When you take a drug, you put the drug in your mouth. What do you do with your mouth? You eat food, right? So the drug that you're taking is what? Food. But the evil doctors have been trained not to understand that the drugs that they put in your mouth that give you to feed, or they feed you intravenously, or they poke a needle with you and put it into your skin or muscles or body, is all food, because that is how we eat food. We take in food. So anything you take into your body is what? Food. And where does food come from? Farming. So you see how they trained us wrongly? Not to understand that everything is connected. Let's break it down even more. A mechanic, all right, repairs cars, all right? What are the cars used for? The cars are engines or automobiles used to move what? Food. The tractors, the harvesters are all what? They are all cars of different sizes and shape. How about the airplane? It's still the same thing. They are all cars which fly in the sky. And they move what? They move agriculture and farming equipment. So the mechanic has no idea that what he is doing still comes from the farm. So this is how we've been trained wrongly for a very long time. And now you understand that in very short, few simple words. So let's get into it now on the structure of world control. So you know how the elites are able to hide how the world works and how everything works. So we do not know anything at all because it's all been compartmentalized, because we have been trained to think that nothing is related to anything else, but only it serves that stuff based on what? Labels, spelling. So we do not know that pharmacy spelled with a PH is the same as spelling pharmacy with an F. F-A-R-M-A-C-Y. That's all. So that is why people would manufacture rice and they can't even know that they are manufacturing rice. All of this is going to be revealed as we get along, and you will fully understand it in a very short minute. So let's continue on now. So with understanding how things are manufactured and we don't know what it is based on compartmentalization. Now, here's one thing you don't understand. Compartmentalization can only work if you control all the aspects of production. All right? All the aspects of production. So for example, let's break this down very simply for you to understand. Now, as we have taught you and you have come to understand that there is only one plant in the world which you can grow every 3 months on harvest, which is corn. And corn can be used to make such things as flour, which is the basics of producing any processed food that we eat, with other ingredients added to it, as you're going to find out. Now, corn is the basis. So this is how it starts. And you will understand this as we break it along, so you understand the supply chain and production chain. So if you notice, you never pay attention, there is assembly plants all over the world. They assemble parts of anything that they produce, and they do not assemble the whole entire product. So that means, for example, if you drive, let's say, a Volkswagen car, the Volkswagen car is going to be assembled. That means different companies are going to produce all the parts, all right? And these different companies are not going to know that they are related, all right? Or that the same person owns all of them. When they produce all those different parts, another company is going to sit down and then assemble parts of the Volkswagen, but not assemble the whole Volkswagen. They just assemble some parts, send it to another company who assembles some parts, send it to another company who assembles some parts, send it to another company who assembles some parts, and then all of it comes together because they will be only assembling parts and parts and parts and parts of the Volkswagen until the final company assembles the last parts of the Volkswagen car, and it is pulled out for you to drive. And then because of this, nobody knows, all right, how the Volkswagen car works, except the executive who knows how the Volkswagen car works from start to finish, who will sit down and tell the mechanics, if this part of the car, if you can trace the fault to this part of the car, this is what you need to replace. And that's it. So only the executive at the top, the real top, knows what's going on. He's going to sit down and supply all that information. Nobody's going to know anything. So the mechanic who will diagnose and fix your Volkswagen car, which has gone bad, will only know what to replace based on what he's been taught. That if a fault arises here, this is what you should replace. But he will never know how the car, the Volkswagen car, is made from scratch. And that is how the whole system of the world structure of the world works. Compartmentalization, with only few people knowing how things are really done. So that is why you're looking at this chart, which has been explained through several acts of shape of world, but we have to keep repeating it so you understand it. Because everything that's working in this world led by the elites is compartmentalized. Only a few people at the very top, the evil black elites led by the leaders, know which one or how everything works from scratch. But everybody else does not know based on what? Segregation, compartmentalization, labeling with a spell. So that's why you're looking at this chart right here, and let's explain it fully for you to know how the structure of world power and control really works, so you will never ever be deceived again, because the priesthood is teaching you how to think. So this is a diagram that explains to you the structure of world power and control, how things are made so that nobody knows what's going on. And before we start to explain this, let's explain something very simple for you to understand. So there is a chain of how reports are passed on to the superiors. And the chain that you need to understand before we get into explaining the structure of world power and control is this. So, if you are reporting to someone else, let's say, for example, you are trying to tell your superior in any establishment that you have in this world of something, you who are reporting to that superior do not know whom that superior is reporting to. Does that make sense? So you report to your superior, but your superior reports to someone else. You who are reporting to the superior do not know whom the superior is reporting to. So there is a break of you knowing how information is passed on or traversed. So if you try, to target anyone who's your superior, you would not know whom to target, because you do not know whom your superior is reporting to, and your superior does not know whom he is reporting to. So on and so forth. Nobody knows whom their superiors are reporting to, and therefore they cannot make any kind of effective change in whatsoever reports, because they do not know whom their own superior is reporting to. You only know the superior that you're reporting to directly. You do not know whom the superior is reporting to. And this goes on for everyone. So at the end of the day, if your superior now decides that you, whom reported to him, you get fired, right? Pay attention. You get fired, right? And you want to make a report that you got fired at your job by your superior. You do not know whom the superior that you're reporting to, who is the one who fired you, is reporting to, and therefore nobody is going to know the true story of what really happened, because your superior only works by what? He only works based on what his superior he is reporting to, and you do not know that. So your superior can fire you. You're going to target your own superior, but the person who made you fired was your superior's superior. Does that make sense? So that is how the whole entire system is rigged, such that someone will send information down. And how is it possible that they can send information down and it is carried out with no restraints? Nobody's going to ask any questions here on and there out. Is because of this. The superiors at the very top own all the companies, and every other superior who is working for them is a member of their family. They will not be told, because everything is compartmentalized, except for the family heads who know how you got that job, because they made you to go get that job, because you belong to those lineages and families who own all the companies. So what are we saying in essence? Pay attention to the words. Nobody in this world has an ability to fire anybody except they are owners of the company or institution. Play that back again and hear it again. If you fire someone from any company or an institution, you have to be an owner of that company or institution. So that's why you're looking at this chart, for you to understand how the structure of world power and control works. The elites, the evil black elites led by the leaders, own every single company and institution in this world. But you do not know that every organization is a company. Let's break it down further. You go to the police department of any country that you are in this world. But do you know that all police units, departments, organizations is a company owned by someone? You'll understand. Bear with us, we're still explaining. Every single thing that is a company or institution is owned. But you're not taught this because the evil black elites do not want you to understand how the structure of world power and control works. They don't want you to understand that. The police is a company. It is owned by someone. The judiciary system is a company. It's owned by someone. The city council is a company, is owned by someone. The state government is a company, is owned by someone. The Central Intelligence Agency is a company, is owned by someone. The government of the United States is a company, is owned by someone. The Federal Reserve is a company, is owned by someone. The central bank of any country in the world is owned by someone. The Ports Authority is owned by someone, is a company. The Immigration Office is owned by someone, is a company. The TSA is owned by someone, is a company. Every so-called structure of that they have made you to believe that you are a part of, which you're going to understand in a very short minute, is owned by someone. They are all companies. Whether they call them the police, whether they call them the Ports Authority, whether they call them your housing department, whether they call them your local government, whether they call it your Senate, whether they call it your House of Representatives, whether they call it the FDA, whether they call it the World Bank, whether they call it the European Council, whether they call it the International Monetary Fund, IMF, they are all companies and owned by someone. And everybody who works in that company is an employee. But they do not want you to understand that you are an employee. Why? Because when you understand this in very simple terms, hear and hear as well, pay attention, so you will understand this. Let's say, for example, that you go and create a company, and you say, this company that I have created, we are dealing with the production of palm oil. All right? You create a company. Then you have a farm. It's your own farm that you harvest palm fruits from. All right? And you pay people to help you harvest the palm fruits and go to your company and produce palm oil. It is your company. You own the farm that produces the palm fruit. You own the machines that help you to turn the palm fruit into palm oil. And you hire people to help you, all right, to harvest the palm fruits, and you employ people or hire people to help you work on the machines to produce the palm oil. Let's ask you a question now. No matter how hard that employee or person you hired works, diligent, comes on time every single day, has no excuses, doesn't argue with you whatsoever you do, and he helps you to harvest the palm fruits, take it to your machine, and help you produce the palm oil. Will you in any way, shape, or form promote this hard-working employee to become the owner or part owner of your business in harvesting and producing palm oil? No, it is not. It's not possible. If you have a company, no matter how hard the employee works, you can never make him to be part owner of the company and your company, except he is what? He is a child of yours or member of your family, that you can do that. But the elites have trained us over the years to make us believe that if you work hard at any company that you know that you did not create, is not your own, that you can get promoted to the rank of being a co-owner as the owner of the company. Do you see the lie right there? Because there is no way in this world that you can go bring a stranger. A stranger is an employee. Someone you hire to help you do your business and make him to be in the same rank as you, the owner of the business. But why did the evil black elites train us this way? To make us believe that if you are not the owner of the FBI, the CIA, a state government, all right, the electoral commission of your country, or the state commission of your country, or the federal government of your country, or the central bank of your country, that through hard work that you can get to be the owner of the company, as you've come to understand that every institution is a company. Why did they have to make you think this way? So you will never ever go and make your own company and be a competition against them. Because this is how we are not trained to think logically and correctly. The only way you can make real change is not making a change in the institution or company that you're working for. Let's explain this. You work for the FBI, and you notice that the FBI has certain types of laws or guidelines that are detrimental, all right, to the FBI working correctly. And you as an employee go and tell them, this is what I see. This is not allowing the FBI to work correctly. If you were the owner of a company, all right, and you had a company that produced palm oil, and your employee comes and tells you, I do not like the way you're producing this palm oil, when you have already ascertained this is how you produce your palm oil, will you listen to that employee? No. You will remove them or fire them because they're not doing the instructions that you told them. You are the owner of the company. But they've trained us not to think that way. That as an employee of a company that you do not own, you can only do the instructions of your employer. Why? Because they do not want you to go out of their company, and for the evil practices they have done, you correct it by establishing your own company and doing things right. That puts them out of business. We have not been taught this, and so we do not know. So that is how the structure of world power on control works. Everything that you know that is an institution is a company owned by someone. And since you are not the owner of that company, no matter how hard you work, you can never be promoted to be the same as the owner of the company. No matter how hard you work for me and I own a company, as long as you are an employee and I hired you, you are a stranger. I can never promote you to the rank of saying you are also co-owner of the company. It's impossible. But we've been trained this way by the evil black elites, so we do not know and become a competition against them. Because the only way you can make real change in this world is not to go to the company or establishment that you work for and try to change them. Go and create your own and correct all the evil practices that they did, and you can make real change. Because if you were producing bad palm oil with evil practices, and then you go and produce your own palm oil the right way with correct practices, all the customers that went to that company to buy the bad palm oil with their evil practices will all go to yours once they taste it and know it that this is good palm oil. But you have not been trained that way not to understand that the whole entire structure of world control and power, from the industries that manufacture your cell phone, your television, your airplanes, the food that you eat, and everything else, the government itself, are all companies owned by someone. And that is what we are here for, to explain it to you so you understand. So you understand this as we are teaching you right here, that every institution, city or country, industry is a company owned by someone. And therefore, if you do understand that, you can now understand that within a company, there are rules and regulations. There are rules and regulations that govern the company. And if you have a company, you will set those rules and regulations, and you will not want to change them because you have a goal or purpose that you want to achieve. And the rules, laws, or guidelines of these companies is the plan to achieve that goal. So laws, rules, guidelines are all plans to achieve a certain goal. So that's what you have to come to understand. So for example, the Creator himself gave us 13 commandments. What do you think those 13 commandments are? Is a plan to achieve a goal of creating righteous people. So in a company, they set the rules and the guidelines, but they have trained you as the employee, a stranger who's not the owner of the company. When you go see the evil laws, rules, and guidelines of the company, you as the employee want to change it. But the company sets those evil rules, laws, and guidelines to achieve a purpose. But they've made you as the employee not to understand that the laws, rules, and guidelines of the company is a plan to achieve a purpose or a goal. So you as the employee, because they've made you to believe, when you go work for a company, let's say you work for the United States government or you work for the Central Bank or Federal Reserve, they have made you to believe that these institutions, which are companies, are there to serve you, the public. Do you see how they've lied to you in the evil black elites led by your leaders? They have made you to believe that all the companies in the world, as you come to understand that every institution, every organization, every country, every city, every state, every industry is a company owned by someone. They have deceived the public for them to believe that all these companies, whether it be the police, the judiciary system, is there to serve you, the public. Why do they make you believe that? So that you, as the public, will never go and establish your own company and become a competitor to them. So that's why they give you the runaround as an employee in a company. You see evil laws, evil rules, evil regulations. They make you believe that you can change it. So in your mentality, you believe that all the public institutions, whether it be the state government, the city council, the presidency of the United States, or any presidency of the whole entire countries of the world, that you can make a change to give you the runaround. So you never will go establish your own and be a competitor to them. So they give you the runaround inside those companies to believe that you can change the rules, laws, and regulations. But it's not possible, because let me ask you a question. If you own a company of yours and you have certain things that you have set up that the company must do in terms of the laws and regulations and rules, will you allow somebody who is a stranger, who is an employee, who did not create the company, to come in and change those laws and rules when you've already set the laws and rules already and guidelines, which is a plan for your company to achieve a purpose, an aim, a goal? Does that make sense to you? We can break it down very simply. The Creator gave us the 13 commandments. Do you think that He will allow anybody to come and change those 13 commandments to defeat His plan and purpose for having a righteous people in the earth? No. It's the same with all the evil institutions, which are all companies owned by someone. So therefore, if you really want to make a change, the most effective way to make a change, if you see something going on in any company or institution or organization in this world that you do not like, do not waste your energy trying to change it inside the institution or organization, because this is how the evil black elites have trained us to think that you can make changes inside of an institution or organization that you do not own. What you have to do is to create your own company and therefore be a competition that changes things, does things correctly, and everybody else who is in that evil company, if they are righteous, they will leave and come to you, and sooner or later, the evil company is going to die. And that is where we are now in history. This is the reason why the priesthood gave you offers of how to make electricity, how to get your own petroleum, on health, as you're listening even right here, and also on telecommunications, so that you can create your own companies and make real change and not do evil but do righteousness. So what you're looking at the screen again is a chart which we have to use to explain to you the structure of evil world power and control, so you know how things work, because everything is compartmentalized totally by the evil black elites. It's so compartmentalized to the point that a father who inbreeds, because this is what the evil black elites do, they inbreed, right? They will inbreed and have so many children and so many relations, but they will not tell the children how they are related. They only tell the heir or the leader of the family unit the relationship, because everything has to be kept a secret such that it is not revealed and known publicly. Does that make sense? Because once the public has knowledge, their rulership is over. So they even keep their secrets of how the family is related to other family members, so that the children cannot talk about it and compromise the secret, and it becomes public knowledge. Let's show you an example here of somebody who is in the music industry. His name is Jeffrey Daniels. He choreographed a lot of Michael Jackson's videos for 20 years. But he was never told that he was related to Michael Jackson, and he was working. He had a job. So we are showing you how a lot of people in the companies that you go and work for as an employee, you will see that certain people in the company have such good roles. They are either in top management or something. But you as an employee who has worked for that company, has slaved for it, hardworking, diligent, you never get promoted. But someone just comes in and they give him a position that's higher than yours, because this is what people don't understand. In a normal sense, because we are not taught, the way promotion is supposed to work is that if you have been in the company long, that means you have served the company for like 5 years, somebody else has served it for 2 years, you who have served the company for 5 years should get a promotion. You keep getting promoted for the years of service that you have spent in each company till you arrive at the position of being, let's say, a manager or director. But this does not happen in reality. An employee will stay in a company, has worked for that company for 10 years. Then they just bring someone else who was not even in the company and they make them manager. So they have lied to you, so you do not understand what is going on. Because they are trying to make you believe that if you work for a company, that if you work hard and long enough, that you will be raised to a position of being almost equal to the owners of the company. But it's not true. The only people who can be raised to the position of being equal to the owners of the company are members of the family of the owner of the company, or people who are related to the owner of the company. Does that make sense? So wipe it out from your mind today. Every institution or organization in this world is a company owned by someone. It doesn't matter what name they say, whether it's the police department, here and so forth. But continuing back to the story of Jeffrey Daniels here. Jeffrey Daniels got a job working for Michael Jackson for 20 years. And he got a good high-paying job. And most people who are better choreographers in the public will never get that job. And they'll wonder, I know I choreograph better than Jeffrey Daniels. I'm more intelligent. I applied for this job to work for Michael Jackson because I know I can do better. But he gets the job and I don't. Why? Jeffrey Daniel got the job because he is related to Michael Jackson. But his own father, because the elites have several children and several families, they have a public family in which the public is supposed to say, oh, this is the family of, let's say, Joe Jackson. But he has several other families and they are not mentioned. They're going to have different names, but they will get high-paying jobs, good jobs, become celebrities, and you who are better than them in everything that they do, don't get it. So let's play that short clip right here and you see how Jeffrey Daniel tells you the story that his own father never told him that they were cousins to Michael Jackson, and he had worked with Michael Jackson for 20 years, choreographed most of his videos and taught him how to dance, even the moonwalk. Let's play that clip, then we come back and continue showing you this chart so you understand how the structure of world power and control works, so you're never fooled again for you being a righteous person.
interesting. But there's no way we'll have this conversation. We're not going to talk about Michael Jackson. 16 years down the line, he's passed. And sometimes it's always very interesting to hear people talk about personal relationship with icons, other icons, because you are an icon in your own right as well. And of course, the issue around, the story around you teaching Michael Jackson the moonwalk, or the backslide movement, as it's called. So talk to us about that relationship, that particular relationship. I don't know, I'm sure you've spoken about this over and over again.
Well, I mean, it's funny because now it's in a totally new context. Michael saw me doing the backslide in '79 on Soul Train with the group Eclipse that I put together. And then in 1980, he came to watch us perform at Disneyland. He brought little Janet Jackson and they stood in the wing and they watched us dance. Then he asked me to teach him to dance. I choreographed a bad video, Smooth Criminal video. I meant the Beat It video, but just a little in it. And I went to Brazil with him for the They Don't Really Care About Us video. I worked on the Ghost. I worked with Michael over a 20-year period. And the last job I had in America was at MJJ Music, his record company, as A&R and creative consultant. And so, but the funny thing is, because my father didn't raise me, but in 2008, my father showed me my family tree and found out that I'm Michael's cousin. So all the years we were working together, I never knew that we were related to the Jacksons, and we know that now.
But the funny thing is, because my father didn't raise me, but in 2008, my father showed me my family tree and found out that I'm Michael's cousin. So all the years we were working together, I never knew that we were related to the Jacksons, and we know that now, so we...
But the funny thing is, because my father didn't raise me, but in 2008, my father showed me my family tree and found out that I'm Michael's cousin. So all the years we were working together, I never knew that we were related to the Jacksons, and we know that now, so we...
But the funny thing is, because my father didn't raise me, but in 2008, my father showed me my family tree and found out that I'm Michael's cousin. So all the years we were working together, I never knew that we were related to the Jacksons, and we know that now. So we now call each other cousin all the time. We speak Jermaine Jackson, Janet, and Randy, and the older sister Rebe. We call each other cousin all the time. But all the time we were working, I never knew we were related.
And you can now understand that everything is compartmentalized. It's kept a secret by segregation, because this is how the evil black elites, led by the leaders, run the world, on compartmentalization, which just means, in very simple words, keeping secrets, keeping knowledge away from you, because the only way the world is run by knowledge. And you've come to understand why they teach you all the bullshit that they teach you in religion and the educational system. So let's continue on to the chart now. So as you're looking at this particular structure of world power and control, you can see that the base here of this evil world power and control structure starts with that there are families all over the world, the wealthiest, richest families in the world, and pay attention to the words. They are all black. Every white person, every person who has straight hair, the demons, the albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the mixed people, the quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals, all right? They are all servants. But because of the way the system and structure of the world is set up, they do not know that they are servants and slaves to mankind, black people who own every single thing, every single institution in this world. As you have come to understand, they are all companies owned by someone. So for example, if you go to China, China is a country, right? It is owned by someone. The president of China right there that you see, who makes all the laws, is a servant to a black man. That is the truth. So anybody who is not black, mankind, has woolly hair, is a servant and a slave. That's the truth. But they do not want you to know that. That is why they created this lie of white supremacy and poisoned us to make it believable. So you will never know that mankind, black people, own everything in this world. Because as we've told you, common sense tells you this. If you are the richest, wealthiest person in the world, you do not expose yourself for security reasons. So nobody is going to come and attack you or try to get something from you. But we've been trained over the years to believe and think that when somebody says that they are the richest, wealthiest person, and Forbes magazine tells you, oh, Oprah has $1.2 billion. Dangote has $20 billion. They are all pawns. That's the truth. Because a rich, wealthy person, common sense, in normal thinking, if you're that rich and wealthy, you're not going to expose yourself. So nobody's going to sit down because, let's say, for example, as they tell you, Forbes magazine, Oprah is worth $1.2 billion. Do you think that somebody will not sit down and plan? It might take him 10 years, 5 years to plan to get Oprah's money and possibly even kill her to get that money? Yes, they can do it. But people in this world cannot do it because what happens is this. If you're broke and poor, this is the truth which they don't tell you. If you're broke and poor, you as a person, you as an individual, you don't have the time to sit down and think about things logically, come to a conclusion, or plan something and come to a fruition. This is what they don't teach you. So that's why they use so much poverty and so much stress on the public, so the public cannot think. Because when you're worried about daily living and how to survive, you don't have time to plan for anything. So the only people who have the time to plan are rich, wealthy people because their mind is free. They are not worried about the rigors of living, how they're going to eat, where they're going to live. Everything else is taken care of. So their minds are now free to think and plan and do whatsoever that they want to do. This is what they don't teach you. So that's why nobody has sat down for the past 10 years to do what? To plan and say, okay, they told me Oprah has $1.2 billion. I'm going to plan and make sure that I can get $1 million from her and possibly kill her. Because everybody is poor, broke. They are so concerned with daily life that they have no time to be able to think logically, clearly about anything. Because when you're worried about your bills and your monthly bills or your weekly bills, you don't have time to think about anything else because you don't got the money to pay those bills. So you're working, so you're not thinking. So that's why everybody is not thinking right, because of the pressures of trying just to live. So now, next thing that we have to explain is this. If you as an individual cannot sit and think logically on your own because of the pressures of life in trying to settle your bills and try to live, the only way you can do it is that you come together as a group. That is why unity is so important. Because if you alone are supposed to pay, let's say $10 for anything, it is very, very difficult if you're only making $2 a day. But if you have somebody else, all right, who's also making the $2 a day, and all you people need to pay is $10, the weight is reduced. So true criminality with people who are poor comes from the fact that they come together in unity. When they come together in unity, the burden and the stress of them trying to survive becomes what? Minimal. Because they are all sharing that burden of the same thing. And that is how they can sit and plan for something. So true criminals, you will always notice this. they work as a unit. Working as a unit reduces the burden of everything. That is why the evil black elites led by the leaders disunite everybody. They make you think of things in a divisive manner so you never come to a conclusion and you can be unified and do something, make real difference and real change. Let's show you an example. Christianity is based on Jesus Christ, right? And the evil black elites led by the leaders whom invented Christianity know that Christianity can be a unifying factor even when it is filled with lies and is a lie. But what did they do? They decided to create a division in Christianity so that no Christians will have a unity, and then someone can tell them this is what you ought to do. So that is why in Christianity you have Protestant, you have Orthodox, you have Luciferian, you have the so-called prosperity gospel preachers, so on and so forth. Christianity has a whole lot of divisions based on the same thing. Why do you think those divisions are there? Did the divisions happen organically? No. The evil black elites led by the leaders created that division so that there will be no unity, that all the Christians do not become unified in one way, single way of thinking, and that someone tells them the truth and they all unified will do that truth. So that's why they create divisions in everything so there is no unity. So because unity breaks the burden of the stress of life. Does that make sense? The stress of the fabricated poverty of living in this world which they created. Unity breaks that. So that's why they don't want unity in anything. So they always have to give you divisions in everything, even with the religion, which is a cult, as you're going to understand as we get along here, which they created, including Islam. So continuing on, for you to understand this chart, is that families all over the world which are black, mankind, they are of a lineage of kings, and different kings, all right, own certain specialization in different fields. Because when you hear the word king, you don't understand that kings means kingdom. What does kingdom mean? It means an area of land. And the people who have the most land in the world are kings. Why do you need to understand this? Because they've never taught you this. True wealth, the foundation for true wealth, first and foremost, starts with you owning land. The more land you own, the more wealthy you are. And all through this evil history that we are in right now, after the flood, the people who have the most land in the world are kings. They have stolen lands from other people, their own public, and that is why today all land in this world, what do they say? It is owned by the state. Who is the state? A company. Owned by whom? Someone. And who is that someone? A king. Do you understand what we're saying now? So you understand this first part of this graph that we're showing you on the structure of the evil world power and control. Family strata with specialization in different fields and a controller of the families, which will be the heir of those families, and technically speaking, a king. That is the basis of world power and control. There are families who are wealthy, and wealth comes from the fact that you have to own land. And kings always owned a majority of the lands. Even today, it's been escalated to the point that they steal land by saying all land is property of the state. That is why if you go to buy any property in any country of this world, they give you a certificate of occupancy, not a certificate of ownership. And the next thing that you have to understand is this: all this land owned by kings, all the kings have different specialization in what their forefathers trained them on. So they keep that knowledge of a specialization in any field to do what they are supposed to do and to make sure that they stay in ownership of that specialization and nobody else owns it. And when you come to understand that everything is compartmentalized, that means they don't just pass the knowledge of this specialization to anybody in the family. They only give it to the heir of the family or the family leader to continue to hold that knowledge. And nobody else will know anything or how things work except that heir. The only problem happens is that if that heir dies without having passed on the true knowledge and specialization which they have kept for centuries since after the flood, all right, that knowledge is lost. So whenever you hear the word spirits, as we've explained earlier, it just means this: everything that you as a parent know, you teach your child. So therefore, the child carries the mindset that you have, and that is what they call spirit. Nothing more. Spirit just means mindset. So let's continue now to show you the next graph or next step for you to understand this evil structure of world power and control.
was not a fairy tale life. They want the public to think that the Jackson 5 and the Jacksons were this wonderful, loving family that grew up together, and we were not like that. We were not that perfect image that the record company wanted us to be. And I'm not saying this just to destroy the family, but I'm saying this to let people know that that doesn't exist. And we had a lot of hard times in our family. We really did, emotionally.
Do you think that's why Michael can connect emotionally with someone?
I think it has a lot to do with it.
Because that you can means you're so healthy that you can make any kind of a commitment to someone, that you can trust anybody.
Shy. There were so many things wrong with us that we didn't really realize it, because we thought it was normal. Because when you live like that and your parents keep you so secluded from the rest of the world, you think these things are normal, and they're not. And not until you walk out into the outside world you realize, gosh, I'm so different.
Yeah.
And you look at people and you go, gosh, because even with the religion, the religion teaches you to stay in that realm and don't associate with anyone outside the religion.
Right.
So there again, you're secluded again, and you're sheltered by that.
So once you've now understood that families, and when we're talking about families here, we're talking about kings, all right? That they have specialization in different sciences which they have stolen, or the inversion sciences which they use to do all manner of wickedness and abomination against their public, to oppress and subject them. And that this is the basis for the control of world power and structure. And that these families have heirs, and that everything is compartmentalized based on the fact that a family, such as a king, can have several different families which bear different names, so that the public does not know that all these people that you see, different families, different people, are all children of one person who happens to be a king, because they inbreed. Now, these families have existed for centuries. The reason why we do not know, because this is a structure which the evil black elites put up so that the public would never be able to catch up with what they're doing and terminate them, is that these evil families of the world, which have different specialization in different fields, and they keep a hold of that field, the knowledge, so that nobody else gets it. And when we say nobody else gets it, it means other kings among them. So they all have different specialization which they do not share. If they ever share, they come to an agreement. That is why, if you notice in today's world, you will notice that there is so many mergers and acquisitions. Those mergers and acquisitions that you see of companies is these kings coming to an agreement that they can share the knowledge of the specialization they have for different reasons, or for the same reason and the same goal, which is always what? The oppression of the public and the subjection of the public to them.
Number 10. Pfizer plus Pharmacia equals Pfizer Inc. Founded in 1911, the rapidly growing Swedish pharmaceutical company Pharmacia showcased its first demonstration of market power with the purchase of American rivals Upjohn in 1995 and Monsanto less than 5 years later. During that time, Monsanto had been developing the anti-inflammatory drug known as celecoxib, which had been eyed by Pfizer during its final development stages. Beaten to the punch by Pharmacia, the American Pfizer announced a purchasing deal of Pharmacia as a whole in July 2002, with a transaction tag of $60 billion US. Less than 7 years later, Pfizer would agree to purchase rival Wyeth for approximately $68 billion. Today, Pfizer Inc. is worth more than twice as much at $172 billion US. Number 9. Royal Dutch Petroleum plus Shell Transport and Trading equals Royal Dutch Shell. Originally two separate entities from entirely different industries, the merge of the oil transporting company that was Shell and the Royal Dutch Petroleum Company was provoked to compete against the market's monarch John D. Rockefeller and his leading Standard Oil Company. The newly merged Royal Dutch Shell Group then quickly expanded to every emerging subfield in the industry, with more recent investments in renewable energy and power generation garnering massive public support and continued competitive profits. Despite a drop in sales in the last few years, Royal Dutch Shell stands as the fourth largest company in the world in terms of revenue and announced an agreement to purchase major British competitor BG Group for $70 billion US. Number 8. AT&T Inc. plus Bell South Corporation equals AT&T. Number 7. British Petroleum plus Amoco equals BP PLC. Number 6. Facebook plus Instagram equals Facebook.
You've closed the Instagram acquisition.
Yeah,
Can you talk about it now?
Number 5. Exxon plus Mobil equals Exxon Mobil Corp.
Today, we step on the gas in a brand new vehicle with 0 kilometers on the odometer and over 200 years of experience behind the wheel.
Direct descendants of Rockefeller's Standard Oil, the successor siblings Exxon and Mobil found their way back into each other's arms a little under a century after separation. Number 4. Travelers Group plus Citicorp equals Citigroup Inc. The largest merger of its kind, this mega bank was one that showcased the old and the new coming together. Number 3. JP Morgan Chase plus Bank One Corp equals JP Morgan Chase & Co. At one point, the 6th largest bank in the U.S., Bank One Corp was the first of many greenback dominions that would be purchased by the millennial newborn that is JP Morgan Chase. Number 2. Google plus Applied Semantics equals Google. Bringing in nearly a quarter of Google's overall revenue in 2014, the company's decision to purchase algorithm after algorithm-based entity proved not only appropriate, but uber beneficial and profitable.
Do what you love and get paid with AdSense.
Founded in 1998 as Applied Semantics, AdSense was successfully purchased by Google in April 2003 and was further developed along with Google's pre-existing AdWords to create the perfect ad-based machine. It's the reason you see the ads you do after doing 1 or 2 searches on something related to it. While other major subsidiaries such as Android and YouTube obviously play major roles in Google's internet kingdom, AdSense takes the win for bringing in a stronger cash flow than both those names combined, and for being the reason that Google was able to purchase them to begin with. Before we unveil our top pick, here are some honorable mentions.
All sorts of different channels? Yeah, a variety of channels. It's, it'll be your local affiliates, cable stations as well, but they have to jump on board, but this is a standard that's coming. Okay.
We can create value for our shareholders, build a sustainable and profitable business, and fulfill our mission of helping people to do more, feel better, live longer.
We are excited about the future. Join our conversation. You can always find exactly what you want and make it yours. eBay, your shopping universe.
2 great companies, U.S. Airways and American Airlines,
are coming together to become one world-class airline, the New American.
Number 1. Bell Atlantic plus GTE equals Verizon Communications, Inc. Another one of 7 regional Bell operating companies springing from the original AT&T's dissolution. The company, then known as Bell Atlantic, made a major move by reuniting with sister regional Bell company NYNEX, marking the U.S.'s 2nd largest merger at the time. However, it wasn't until the new millennium and the company's purchase of former parent company's longtime rival GTE that the portmanteau name melding the Latin word for truth and the English word horizon emerged. Hence, Verizon.
The reason why the public, when we talk about the public here, we're not talking about the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed and half-mixed people, all right? We are talking about mankind here, black people with woolly hair, and including Orientals also, because they were once black, and by marrying Ammonites, the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, whom are Ammonites, as we have showed you where the Ammonites are from on the map, Southeast Asia. Over time, they started having straight hair and lost their black woolly hair. That's what happened with the Orientals. When we're talking about Orientals here, as we have taught you, we are talking about the Koreans, the Chinese, and the Japanese, and the Mongolians. That's it. But continuing right here, the reason why the mankind public hasn't caught up to the fact that their kings, right, are the ones oppressing and killing them and subjecting them for them to be kings is because over centuries after the flood, the descendants of these kings changed their names. So they'll have a different name in one century, and even in that century, they'll give their children different names, raise them in different families, as you heard, as we played you earlier, in which Jeffrey Daniels said that his father didn't raise him. And he was never told that he, Jeffrey Daniel, for 20 years that he worked for Michael Jackson that they were cousins. He was only told a couple of years after Michael Jackson died by his own father, who showed him the family tree sometime in 2018. So that is what the evil black elites have been doing, led by the leaders over the years, to change their names so the public doesn't catch up with them. Because, for example, you see a governor in a state, right? His name could be such a name as, let's say, John Brown, right? He's a governor of a state anywhere in the world, right? Now, John Brown rules, according to the recent democratic process, rules the state as a governor for, let's say, 8 years. And after 8 years, he leaves. After 8 years, somebody else comes in and calls himself John Obama. Because of the name change, you will never know that both Johns, right, are related, because the last name is now different. The last name has changed to John Obama. What you have to understand is this: any name change is a spell, as we have taught you to understand the meaning of a spell. Because whenever a spelling is changed of something, it gives you the wrong information. It loses its history, so you do not know anything. So that's how all through history, in our whole entire lives, when the kings change their names or the companies change their names, it becomes a spell on us, because once the spelling changes of anything, it changes its history and you cannot trace its history back. So that's why it seems like when we are living in this world today, from 2025 to 2026, we have no idea about what transpired. Because once you've come to understand what a spell is just spelling some things wrongly, in the sense that the spell is a pronunciation of a word, but the pronunciation of the word gives you a wrong understanding of what the thing is. So you do not have any understanding at all. And when you have no understanding, your ignorance is used against you, to the betterment, to the profits of the evil black elites led by leaders. So that is why, if you notice in today's world, if you live, let's say 10 years ago, you find out that companies keep changing their names. So you never know, because the reason why they change the name is this: one generation will not be able to track them to the next generation. That is why they change the name. So, for example, Facebook changed its name in the company or organization that owns it to Meta, right? Now, somebody living in that generation in which Facebook was known as Facebook, right, will only know Facebook as Facebook. Now, somebody living in another generation, which is like 40 years down the line, only knows Facebook as Meta. They will never make the coordination unless they were connected to someone in the era which Facebook said that they were Facebook. Does that make sense? So the history is lost. So that is how all history in our world is lost. If you're not connected to the generation or people before you, which happen to be your parents, your grandparents, and your great-grandparents, you will lose the history, because what you will know in your generation, as they keep changing their names in the names of the kings and the names of the companies, you will only know the recent name. You will not be able to track that recent name to the name that existed before it. So this is something that the evil black elites, led by the leaders, have perfected over the years, to keep changing names of companies. So the next generation will lose the history, because they will not be able to connect the recent name change with the name change that was previously in the generation before them, if somebody does not tell them. Does that make sense? So the next step for you to understand in this graph how the structure of world control happens and is organized and is compartmentalized, as you've come to understand, is that the family, the lineage of kings, they own the primary company, which is cults. Another name for cults is fraternity or confraternity, because it is one and the same thing. So the question that needs to be asked and answered is this: why would these families, all right, a lineage of kings who keep changing their name every generation so the public doesn't catch up and know that it's one and the same people still ruling them, because they have different names and are raised in different households, just like you heard the story of Jeffrey Daniel. And all of this has been repeated over and over again on several acts of Shape of World. We're not just going to keep repeating it, but we just want you to understand it. So that's why we're saying it over and over again. So these families, lineage of kings, own cults. Another name for cults is fraternity or confraternity. Why do they own cults? The cults are the primary companies. What does it mean, primary companies? The primary companies are there to make sure that the mindset that you have as a family member, or let's say somebody that they recruit to be cannon fodder that they can use so that the public does not catch up to them, the cults, the confraternity, give you a mindset that sets you and makes you think differently from the public who is being oppressed, subjected, killed, so that the evil elites, the kings, can remain kings, and you call them sir, or you call them your God. Because when you go and ask your government to do something for you, you are praying to a God, because prayer just means asking. That is why when you read in the book of Matthew, what does the so-called fabricated Jesus Christ say? Ask and you shall receive. So when you ask the government for something, you are asking, you are praying to them. They are your God. So the cults or confraternity, as you come to know the name, is just an organization that trains your mindset. It's a company that trains your mindset to be the mindset that the evil black kings of this world, led by the leaders, can use, so that they can trust you, that you will continue their line of perversion and evil in doing the evil things that they send you, and then you get rewarded for it. So people don't understand that. So the basis for the foundation for you to work in any company is that you have to, if you're going to be used in that company to achieve any goals that the evil black elites want you to do, you have to belong to a cult. The cult gives you the mindset. So if you notice, pay attention, go into every organization in this world. The top tier people, when we say the top tier people, the people who make decisions in this world, all belong to a cult of some sort. Sigma, Phi, whatever name. And you also have to understand that Christianity and Islam is a cult. It is owned by someone. The primary companies, it is a cult. So the cult trains every single one and is the recruitment center for using the public, for the public that is going to be used to achieve a goal, so that if the public ever wakes up to the idea that they are being oppressed, subjected deliberately, all right, and they know who it is, they can present that public person, all right, to the public, for that public person to be castigated, punished, or killed by the public, so the kings behind the scenes continue to live, so they can promote someone, okay? But that person has to be trained in their cults. or fraternities or confraternities to have a mindset that will always be what? Controlled and honoring the kings behind the scenes. So all the family members, all right, of these kings also have to belong to a cult. It is there that their mindsets are trained, and everything they know about the world is mind wiped, as they say, brainwashed, so that their only obligation and loyalties is to the cult, which is owned by the kings, the families that run the world, and they will never break rank, because the families that have made them to be whosoever they are in your eye, a public person, a celebrity that is honored, are the ones protecting and guiding them, and they are very confident because the cults always provide their members security to do whatsoever they want to do, and know that they will always have their backs. But the evil black elites can also give them up. And if they try to say anything of the truth about what they are really doing, they won't be able to say it, because their mindset has been totally destroyed. They don't know nothing else anymore, because they will always consider the public as the enemy, instead of the fact that their cults that they have loyalty to, and the kings and the family members who own the cults and control the cults, are the real enemies. So that's how that works. So let's play you a short clip of a man in Nigeria called Professor Wole Soyinka. Now, Wole Soyinka established a cult, a fraternity or confraternity, the very first confraternity in higher education. When we're talking about higher education here, we're talking about colleges and university in Africa. It was called the Pirates Confraternity. It still does exist. So this now shows you an example of what we are telling you, that the families, the elites, establish cults. And as you've come to tell you, Christianity is also a cult. Islam religion is also a cult. It's owned by someone, because that is where your mindset is trained to honor the cults and not honor reality in listening to your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. Because when you go to church every Sunday or every week or bi-weekly or once weekly or twice in a week, what are you going to do? You're going there to be programmed, so you have loyalty to your church organization. So no matter what happens, you are loyal to your cult. And you're not going to be thinking straight no matter what happens, because look at the way the world is today. People are still loyal to their cults, whether it be Islam or Christianity or any religious society or any confraternity that they belong to. They are still loyal to it, instead of thinking rationally with logic. No matter how bad things are, they are still praying to Jesus Christ, instead of stopping and thinking, I've been praying for several years, I haven't had any answers, things are getting worse, we are dying much more younger, but they are still loyal to their cults. So Islam is a cult. Christianity is a cult. Don't be mistaken by it. And as we've taught you and we're still teaching you, the Islam that you know today, which they tell you that Islam existed maybe 1,000 years ago or so on and so forth, is not true. Islam is a very recent religion, less than 120 years. What they change, because these evil black elites know how to change things so you do not know what it is this. People used to go to a long time before now. But what the evil black elites did, led by leaders, is this. They changed. All right? Was that when they invented Islam, so that has made it look like Islam has existed for so many years, instead of the fact that it's a newly fabricated religion, was now made to be the place that the so-called Islam or Muslim people would go to have pilgrimages. And then they wrote this, backdated the time period and history, so you believe that Islam, just like Christianity, has been existing for 2,000 years, when it's all a lie. The religion of Christianity and Islam is not more than 170 years max, and Christianity existed first, and Islam is an offshoot of Christianity.
It was here, in this alcove, that it all started. The very first campus fraternity in Nigeria, perhaps in all of Africa. We called ourselves the Pirates, spelled deliberately with a Y. And we gathered as a kind of rebellious gesture against the colonial, formal, rather staid, stuffy atmosphere of the first university of Nigeria. Back in the 1950s, it was simply a fun and debating society, our passion fueled with pre-independence idealism. After all, we were soon to be freed from the colonial yoke of Britain. We created an imaginary, non-conformist world, a piratical language, and chivalric code. Chivalry? Today's cultist would spit on the word.
So in the clip we played, you would have heard Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka, a Nigerian, say that he established the first confraternity cult in higher public education, which means college and universities in Africa, specifically here in Nigeria. And if you heard him talk, he specifically used the word spell, so it just doesn't look like we're just talking throughout this whole entire video. Heard him specifically say that they purposely spelled pirates with a Y, because this is how the elites operate. The evil black elites, they use spellings to confuse us about understanding of what is, so you don't get the right information based on the alphabets. And for a lot of you, you have no idea that the word alphabets comes from the word Kaf, L, which means Satan, because the word alphabet there is just a spell on the word Aleph, from where you get the word L, which is for Satan. So the word Aleph is the same word as Alpha. It's just a spell. You understand this far, far better with what we said earlier, which is not going to be repeated. So the alphabet, which is a spell so that it can be used for us to make sounds that we will not understand, is in the worship of Satan, because it's from the word Aleph that you have the word Alpha. It's one and the same word. It's just a spell on the pronunciation. Let's show you this so you get it. So as you're seeing right here, it says alpha, which is where you get the word alphabet. It says from Latin alpha, from Greek alpha, from Hebrew or Phoenician aleph. Do you see that? Aleph is a spell. And what does aleph mean, as we have shown you? It means ox. An ox is what? A cow or bull, because Satan is a cow, an adapted flying bull, which I already showed you right here. So let's continue on now, because Professor Wole Soyinka said that they specifically spelled pirates with a Y. That is confirmation of everything that we're showing you here. And Professor Wole Soyinka is a top elite. His children, you people watch them on television, but you do not know it's already been revealed on several acts of Shape of World right here. His children are Hollywood A-listers, acting some of the most popular characters in Black history, and you are watching them without knowing. And they are major A-celebrities in a lot of movies that you love watching and you never knew. This is how the elites operate. And we are showing you how here, so you understand the structure of world control. Another thing you may have missed in that particular video of Professor Wole Soyinka talking about that he established the first cult or confraternity in Africa in the college educational system or university system is that we always have to make you understand the details of everything that's going on, because in all of this that we have said, that the families produce cults. As you can see right here, Professor Wole Soyinka telling you that he produced a cult called Pirates with a Spell. We also have to explain this for you so you understand it. Cults also include every educational institution in this world, because you people are listening without really not listening. We tell you that every institution in this world or organization is a company owned by someone. The educational system of this world, all the schools and universities are what? They are also companies owned by someone. In all educational systems of this world, schools, all right, from the kindergarten to high school to secondary school to the university or colleges, they are all cults, because it is in the educational system, which is a subsidiary, all right, of the religious system, is a cult. That is where they give you the mindset of that you are going to be what? You're going to be loyal to whatever mindset they teach you, whether it be in biology, mathematics, or whatever field of endeavor that you want, so that you can now go there with that mindset, be loyal with that mindset, and you can now be given a job in an institution, which is a company. Because without the evil Black elites led by the leaders, an example, an evil Black elite right here is Professor Wole Soyinka. Without the cults, the mindset of the people are going to be free to think correctly about everything just by them looking at the world and nature around you. So this is how the structure of world control works. With the cults, as you have come to understand what a cult is right here, everything that gives you a mindset that is different from the correct way of thinking logically about anything, and you being loyal to that mindset such that you will never go against it, so that you can be used effectively in the power, control, and world structure of this evil Black elites, so you never go against it. So step by step now, we are taking you up to the next graph for you to understand the system of this evil world power and control run by the Black elites. And all of this is leading you somewhere. Let's continue on. So if you've understood the structure so far as we're teaching you, the structure of world power and control, the structure of evil world power and control, because it's all evil, is based on the fact that the evil black elites led by the leaders have to oppress us, subject us, kill us, murder us for them to be worshipped as kings, because the life that the Creator himself made has no suffering in any way, shape, or form. Everything is provided for us, as you can see with your own eyes. Look around you in nature. You have vegetation, even though the evil flying adapted bull is killing it with his children in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. The white man, the Caucasian, the mixed and quarter mixed, half mixed people whom are not Orientals. They are killing the earth, as we've explained and showed you on several acts of Shape a World, and explained the sciences thoroughly for you here on Act 8, so you understand it. But everything else is provided for us. You have water, you have vegetation, you have food around you, you have forests. But yet we are poor and hungry and starving. Why? Because we all believed a lie. A fabricated lie of poverty, because they have taught us not to know how to cater for ourselves. So we think that whatsoever they are telling us is the truth, and this is how life is. That's all they've done. That's why they go into so much effort to make sure they keep regurgitating lies to you through their institutions, which are companies which they hire the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed, quarter mixed and half mixed people whom are not Orientals, who would grow tails, but all they can talk about is lies because they are not normal to nature. If you're not normal to nature, all you can do is tell a lie. You are not wired right. You're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to exist. But that's what we've been living with for so long after the flood. And they've tried for so long to stop life from living, because let's ask you a question. If you poison someone, are you for life or you against life? You are against life. You don't want life to live. But common sense has been removed from their minds not to know that when you poison someone, you're poisoning them to kill them. In their minds, they think that by poisoning us for demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, right? The white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals. That by poisoning them, they are making them to look like mankind in black people so they can live among us and be slaves to them. That is the mentality of the evil black elites led by the leaders. But when you poison something, you are killing it. They don't know that, but they're going to realize that as we get along right now. So they are against life. When you fabricate poverty, you want to make somebody else poor through a lie. Are you for life or you're against life? You're against life. Because poverty is detrimental. It doesn't make life to exist. The life that we see on the earth right now is life of things which are not supposed to exist. In demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. The white man, the Caucasian, who are not Orientals. They are not supposed to exist. But they do not know that by poisoning them, thinking they are making them to look like us so that they can be kings, is only killing them. It's just that the rate of death is slow and is going to be very painful from now on. Total suffering for anything that is a demon, albino, anybody with straight hair. The white man, the Caucasian, the mixed people, quarter mixed, half mixed, anyhow they are mixed, who are not Orientals. It's going to be a steady stream of suffering henceforth because they all deserve it. So continue on to lead you up to the next graph here, which talks about companies, so you understand, as we have already taught you first and foremost, that every institution, organization in this world, doesn't matter what name they come in, is a company owned by someone. So as you're looking at the graph, first and foremost, you understand that families, which are lineages of kings, have specialization in different fields, and there's a controller of those families, and they all keep secrets. All right? Everything is compartmentalized because the whole idea of how this evil world power and control has been able to succeed is by keeping secrets from one another. And if you're keeping secrets and you do not want people to know the truth, you always have to tell them lies and deceive them from the truth, so they do not see the structure that has been set up, all right, and counter it. Because the one thing that you have to understand is this: everything that the evil black elites do, led by your leadership, is all evil in every way, shape, or form. And they know that if you know that it is evil, that you're going to counter it. And because evil cannot stand in the face of righteousness, it disintegrates. So they do not want you to do righteousness and disintegrate their evil, because they need the evil to fabricate what? Poverty, oppression, subjection, death for them to remain as kings, because it's all based on knowledge. If you come into knowledge, there are no more secrets, and they can't continue to keep knowledge from you so that you come to them and beg them for everything. Because as we have taught you, when you go to your government and ask them to do something for you, you are praying to a God. The government is your God, because when you ask somebody for something, that person is your God. So as you're looking right here, we've explained this graph for you up to that point. We've made you to understand that the families which run the world have cults, which you know as fraternities or confraternity for some people who don't understand the meaning of the word cult. What is a cult? Cult just comes from the word culture. Pay attention. Cult comes from the word culture. When you culture something, what does that mean? You're grooming it in a certain way, to think a certain way, act a certain way, behave a certain way, and not act in the general way. Does it make sense? You're making something to have a niche. So the cults are there, as we have explained. It includes Christianity, Islam, the educational system, the so-called secret cults of the world. They are grooming people to think a certain way. And what is that certain way? You do not think normally and natural to nature. You're thinking against it, so you can be used at any point in time by the evil black elites, led by leaders, to work against your natural instincts. But the people who adhere to cults don't have natural instincts. They are already evil, as we've explained on this Act of Shape of World. So you understand that evil people don't have the same central nervous system as a natural righteous person. And it's all from breaking the commandments of inbreeding and crossbreeding. So when we go up here to this next chart, you have to be trained in the cult. Pay attention. You have to be trained in the cult to work for any company in this world. Isn't it true? You have to understand that before there was a religious system and educational system, right? You worked for yourself. You grew your own food on your farm with your families and with your community, and you ate, and that's it. There was no stress. But when the idea, all right, of religion, okay, and the educational system came in by the kings of this earth, in the leaders, they wanted to make sure that you who were growing your own food and taking care of yourself would not become a competition to them. Because when you grow your own food and take care of yourself, you're never going to subject yourself or listen to what any evil king tells you to do, because you are set. You don't need them. Does that make sense? And if you don't need them, you are a competition to them, because they are doing evil and you are not doing evil. And as we have told you, righteousness eviscerates evil. So they had to find a way to make people who were living freely off their own land, planting and growing their own crops as a family and community, to be subjected to them, so that they can be the kings and that you will not be a competition. So how did this come about? It comes about from what? Making you believe that there is something better than what you already have in you growing your own food. All right? And how is that done? By giving you a false prosperity. And how is false prosperity given to you? Through a cult. Does that make sense? The cult now grooms your mindset to think that there is something better than what you already have. So you leave what you already have, which is better, and you now go for what the cult provides. Does that make sense? Let's give you a very typical example. Let's say, for example, a man, okay, has 2 or 3 wives, right? Okay, pay attention. Has 2 or 3 wives. He has his farm, he's growing his food, he has his community, and they're all growing food and living freely off the farm. The cult now introduces orgies. Pay attention to the words. They now introduce orgies. In orgies, you have maybe 7, 8, 10 women, and they are all free flowing for you to do as you wish. So that's what the cult does. It provides a way of thinking which is not normal. So if a man is tempted to look at the fact, oh, so I can have 10 women and once 20 women, 100 women, and just do whatsoever I like, and all of them have no problems, they will commit these orgies with me. He gets tempted. He gets tempted by that. So he goes to the cult which provides this false, all right, reality for him. And he enjoys it. And that's a false prosperity. Does that make sense? When he gets in there, he starts believing every other ideology which the cult tempts him with. That is what all cults of fraternity do. They provide a false reality for you, so you leave what is normal and you go into the false reality. Does that make sense? So that is how all cults operate. They provide a false reality, so you, instead of thinking normally, you now imbibe the false reality, and then you get in trouble. Because the truth is this: the man who had maybe 2 or 3 wives, those wives were very loyal to him. When you go into an orgy, are the women loyal to you? No, they are not. Because first of all, the women who operate in orgies are not normal. You had normality. Women who are loyal to you, you left that because you had a greater number of women whose genetics are not wired right. And they deceived you, and you left your normality for something that was not supposed to exist, because this kind of women who have no inhibitions on what they do are not normal to nature. And that is what cults do. They provide for you fantasies for you to live by and live your normality. So continue on. The family owns cults, as you've come to understand, that Christianity, Islam, and all the so-called many other religious sectors and fraternities are all cults. And you understand that cults is from the word culture, grooming you in a certain way. After you've groomed down, then you can now work for a company, because all of you can bear testimony to this. Before you get hired in any company in this world, you have to have an education, right? The education is a cult. And the truth is this, which you have never paid attention. All the education that you have in this world came from religious cults. Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, whatever name. All the schools that you go to came from this. Because the schools and educational system, whether it be high school, colleges or university, or primary school or secondary school from kindergarten, are all what? They are all subsidiaries of the religious cults. So they groom you in a certain way so you can always function that way and never go against the evil black elites led by leaders to think in a normal way and establish a righteous organization, a righteous institution, a righteous company which will eviscerate their evil. Do you understand that? So, after you've been trained in any cult, you now get hired into a company. As looking at this map right here in this graph, you can read it very well. It says here companies, and as we read, it says all institutions, countries are companies owned by families. Families here refers to the lineage of the kings of the earth. And it goes on to say the police institution is a company owned by families. The heads of these companies can be family members who own the companies or public members who report to the owners of the companies. Family heads traverse through all their companies and then to government, which make the laws for their companies to act and do. No one who is not a family controller or leader can rise to the rank of executive of the companies, no matter how hard they work, because they are not the owner of the company and did not create or make the company. So this is one thing you have to realize. The evil black elites have companies. Companies is any organization, institution. It doesn't matter what name it says they are. They are all companies owned by someone. They have rules, regulations, and guidelines to make sure that the company achieves its goal and purpose, and at the end of the day, the goal and purpose is to oppress, subject, kill, and murder anyone who thinks against their own goals and purposes. Does that make sense? So when you're inside any company and you see that there is a lot of evil practices, right? And you try to change it, you're wasting energy and time. But they do not want you to understand you're wasting your energy and time. They have to give you the runaround and you keep doing it thinking that you're making changes. The only way you can make real change is to start your own company and correct all the evil that they were doing in the company that you work for. Anything else is just a runaround. Because when somebody sets up a company or institution, it has a purpose which they want that company to achieve. They will never allow you, an employee, a stranger, not the owner and creator of the company, to ever come in and go against their other rules and regulations. The only reason why they make you believe that you can make a change in a company when you find out that the company is doing something wrong, what they are doing is wrong, is to give you the runaround. Why did they give you the runaround? Because once you know the truth, right, you will go out of the company because you can't deal with the evil anymore, and you will establish your own company and counter what you're doing. That is why they give you the runaround, thinking that you can make a difference in the company that has already been established with laws and regulations to do evil. Let's break this down further for you to understand. There are companies who manufacture drugs of all kinds. Coke, heroin, whatever name you want to call it, meth, so on and so forth, which is detrimental to society. And they still provide these drugs to the public. All right? And they call it pharmaceuticals, as you've come to understand what pharmaceuticals means. So now, let's say, for example, you go to a company and you find out they are producing a drug that's very detrimental to society, right? It can be any of the huge pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer, all right, so on and so forth, all right? And you go there and say, oh, sir, as somebody who has studied with a little bit of knowledge that I have, this drug here, or whatsoever we are producing, cosmetic, or let's say cleaning solution, bleach, all right, has so much chemicals that are adversely affecting our people. I think we should change it. Here's what the manager who has been trained, or the director who is a part of the owner of the company will tell you. Oh man, I mean, what you're saying doesn't make sense. I never thought about it this way. Then they'll lie and say, why don't our research teams know this information? And you're going to go with the conversation. Yes, you will say, oh, why don't they know? Then he will tell you, the director, oh, I didn't figure this out. It's all a lie. He's lying right in front of you. Why is he lying to you? And pretending he doesn't know that the chemicals or products that they are producing is detrimental to health. Because he is a part of the families who own that institution. They know the reason why they are creating those drugs which are detrimental to society. They are creating it so their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed, quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals. Those drugs are there for them not to grow those tails on animal features. So now he's listening to you and pretending that he cares about what you're saying. Why is he pretending? He doesn't want you to know the truth. So he gives you a form and says, fill this out, send it to a research team so they can take a look at what you're saying and deal with it. And you do that honestly, right? Because you think that you are making some change. You fill that out, right? They send you an email. This has been filled out. It's been forwarded to the research team. The research team sends you an email back saying, we have gotten the research, we're looking into it. 3 months to 4 months later, they send you another email, a follow-up, and say, okay, we looked into it, we're seeing that this thing is bad. Then a couple of months down the line, you fall sick. When you fall sick, you can't work anymore, right? And you have to be at home. They pay for your medical fees for a couple of months, and then after that, it shuts down. And then after that, you die. Do you think in any way, shape, or form that you were purposely poisoned because of what you spoke, but because you do not know how the structure of world power and control works, and you do not know the truth of what is happening in our world, you have died and nobody knows. And then they're just going to blame it on some sickness and disease instead of the fact that you were poisoned. Do you see what we're telling you now? You can never make real change in anything that you do not own. Please listen and listen well. You can never make change to something you do not own. You can only make changes to what you own. The best way to even explain this further better so you get it is this. You cannot go to someone's car and try to repair it. It is someone's car. The owner owns the car. You just can't see a car that has broken down and you see it's parked in someone's garage and you go in there to repair it. No! You can only repair and fix things that are your own. But we've been trained not to think logically about things, so we don't understand how the way the world works. By believing that you can make changes in a company that hired you. You are not the owner. But you see what they are doing that is evil, and you try to force a change or tell them that there is something wrong there. Don't do that. The right way to make a change is in something that you own, not something that you do not own. So that is why they have lied to us throughout the years, not to understand that you can never make changes or difference in something you do not own. That is why they brought about the stock exchanges of the world.
That India's NSE is among the world's top 10 most valuable stock exchanges. But on which number does it stand? And who is number 1? Let's take a look. On number 10, we have Korea Exchange with a market cap of $1.6 trillion. On number 9, we have Deutsche Börse AG, which is a German exchange with a market cap of $1.9 trillion. On number 8, we have TMX Group, which is a Canadian exchange with a market cap of $2.7 trillion. Number 7, we have London Stock Exchange with a market cap of $3.1 trillion. And finally, on number 6, we have National Stock Exchange, which is NSE, with a market cap of $3.5 trillion. On number 5, we have Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing with a market cap of $4.6 trillion. Number 4, we have Shenzhen Stock Exchange from China with a market cap of $4.7 trillion. On number 3, we have Euronext with a market cap of $6.1 trillion. And on number 2, we have Shanghai Stock Exchange from China with a market cap of $6.7 trillion. And finally, on number 1, we have NYSE or New York Stock Exchange, which is the largest in terms of market cap as of December 2022 data, with a market cap of $24.1 trillion.
What do the stock exchanges of the world tell you? That several companies, for example, let's say Apple or Samsung or LG, all right, or any other company in the world like Pfizer, that you can go buy shares in those companies, all right, and that by some means that you can become a shareholder that can make a difference. It's all a lie. Those stock exchanges are training you in a mindset to believe that you can make a change in a company that you did not create. Because when you go buy shares in any company in this world, all right, Apple, Samsung, Amazon, Walmart, so on and so forth, you actually believe that you are a shareholder. It's all a mindset to train you so you do not go and establish your own company and make a real difference. Because you as a shareholder, even if you say that you have 1 million shares in Apple, Samsung, Best Buy, Walmart, Amazon, so on and so forth, with all the companies in this world, you can never ever make any change in those companies because you do not own them. You did not create them. That is the reason for the stock exchanges in the world, such as the New York Stock Exchange and every other exchange in this world. It's all deliberately made for you to think that you can go get some shares from a company that you do not own and create, and that you can make a difference. Why? So you never establish your own and become a competitor and reveal all the evil that they are doing, and they run out of business. It's that simple. But these are the lengths, breadths, and depths that the evil black elites go in this world, led by the leaders. With their evil brood of demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, mixed, quarter mixed, whatever mix they are, whom are not Orientals, to deceive you from knowing the truth of what's going on. So you never establish your own in righteousness and eviscerate them, because righteousness eviscerates evil. Nobody in this world, pay attention to the words, nobody in this world can stand evil. The people who do evil to other people do it because that is what they enjoy. They are not normal and natural to nature. If your brother, pay attention to the words, if your brother is suffering and you see him, he doesn't have any food to eat, and you have $1 billion, won't you make him have some to eat as your brother? But how come in this world there are so many people dying of starvation, of sickness and everything, and the richest man in the world, whatever name they come in, whether in Africa's richest man called Dangote, or whether Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, as they've made us to believe, and all the other people, whether it be Oprah Winfrey or whether it be Warren Buffett or whatever name, how come that you have this amount of money and there's so much suffering and death in this world and you cannot make it better? Because they don't want things to get better. That is how evil thinks. So you have to understand this, so you're no longer deceived on the structure of world control. So the next chart right here on the top, which shows here government, the heads and owners of all companies are the government. The government directly controls the media companies, which they own, and law enforcement companies. They make the laws for all of their companies to follow and do. No one can be a president or contest for presidency that is not an owner, a head and controller of companies and their families. The public is lied to believe that government is for the public, so they do not make their own companies and become rivals to the elite. Elections are all a scam to make the public believe that the government is for them, and they are lied to that working hard can take them to the position or rank in government like president, senator, house rep, governor, etc. It is impossible for someone who owns a company to promote an employee of the company to the position whom the owner of the company holds. Only family members can come to the position or rank which the owner of the company holds. Now, why is all of this necessary for you to understand? First of all, from the bottom of this chart that you're looking at on the structure of evil world power and control, only one person who is an heir is going to traverse through all of these stages in world power and control. That means the only person who can traverse through all these stages is going to be what? The heir of family head. If you're not an heir or family head of the evil lineages of kings, you can never traverse through all the stages. Why is this important for you to know? Because once you've come to understand that everything is compartmentalized, which means keeping secrets, then you can understand how the system of world control and power works. Because people don't understand this. This is why the priesthood is here to break it down for you so you understand. Government, when you hear the word government, in any country of the world, what you have to understand is this is very simple. The government are the heads of the families who own all the companies in the world. It's difficult for you to understand, but we're breaking it down now simply for you to understand this. The government is the head of the families of all the companies in the world, as you've come to understand that all the institutions or organizations in this world are companies owned by someone, and the people who own them are the heads of the families, and the heads of the families or heirs of those families become the government. That is why, for example, you will always notice this, which a lot of people never pay attention to. Someone is going to be, let's say, a director or hold some sort of elite position in a company, like say Chevron, a gas company, or Mobil, or let's say they hold an elite position in the power sector or nuclear sector. Then before you know it, they become what? They become a senator, a governor, or the president of a country. And when you look through how they came up, they were either in one part of a company that controls a lot of things. They could have been a chief executive of a bank. All right? Then they get promoted to be either something like the governor of the state, all right, a minister of a federal republic, all right, or the president. Let's take example in such persons as the transgender demon albino, anybody with straight hair, current president of the United States from 2025 to 2026, all right, in Donald Trump. Donald Trump, in what sector of business was Donald Trump in? Let's show you before we continue on. So as you can read here, the transgender born female made to look like a man in Donald Trump, as you can see here in his Wikipedia page. Did Tricks of the S-Trade write the Wikipedia page? No. Did the priesthood write the Wikipedia page? No. So we are just providing facts that they wrote for you to understand what's going on. When you read in the Wikipedia page of Donald Trump, what does it say? It says, born into a wealthy New York family, as we have made you to understand that first of all, for you to be a part of the power control structure of this world, you have to be born into families which are kings, lineages that has long existed. And Donald Trump here, which you people never knew, we've already revealed this, but we're just going through it over and over again. Donald Trump is a member of the Carnegie family or Carnegie family, anyhow that you idiots choose to pronounce Carnegie or Carnegie. You know who we're talking about in Andrew Carnegie. The so-called demons albinos, anybody with straight hair, whom they said established American society, because it's all a fraud, as you've come to understand, that anybody who's an albino, anybody with straight hair, demon who grows a tail because of all the poisonings, those tails do not show up. They are all nothing but servants to an African black mankind, all right, whom use them and front them for you not to know that the richest, wealthiest people in the world are blacks, Africans from Africa, so that you'll never attack them. They give the fronts, so if you want to go attack Donald Trump now and kill him, go ahead. That is all done so you will never attack them, because normal thinking tells you if you're the richest, wealthiest person in the world, you protect yourself. You don't reveal yourself so nobody knows you and attacks you. But you confront someone, and that's what you're understanding right here. But continue on. We're going back to the basics, so you understand this. It says, born into a wealthy family, New York City family, Trump graduated from the University of Pennsylvania. University of Pennsylvania, what is it? A cult that trains you to think in a certain mindset, so you can function in a company or specialization owned by whom? A king, right? Continuing, he says, in 1960, with a bachelor's degree in economics, he became the president of the family. Do you see that? president of his family's real estate. That means the heir of his family, right? In 1971, renamed it the Trump Organization. Everything we're saying, you're literally seeing here as we're reading. And he goes and say, and began acquiring and building skyscrapers, hotels, casinos, and golf courses. Right? So Donald Trump was in what? In companies before he went into government. Right? So what does that tell you? Let's continue on. So by looking at this chart, you now understand in very simple terms. For you to be in government and be at the head of government in whatever capacity, senator, House of Representatives, governor, all right, president, you have to be a member of the what? The king's family and lineages. And only those who get to government, right, traverse through all these stages to arrive here. Why do they have to traverse through all these stages? Because they are heirs and have to know how everything works, from their family to the cults which recruits, reprogram people, and everybody else has to pass through this for them to get employed in a company, all right, so they can think only about what the company wants them to think about, specialization. And then they get into government. What is government? The government are the leaders and heirs of all the families in this world. Right? Who own all the companies in this world? As you've come to understand that anything in this world that's an organization or institution is a company. Now, these people who sit at the top of government, who are the government, make the laws for their companies. That's why, for example, Barack Obama comes in and says, all right, General Motors, Chrysler, the rest of these companies have to do this, all right, for them to continue on providing services to the American people and everywhere in the world. The companies do that exactly. Why would the companies follow the government's laws? This is what they don't teach you. Because the companies are owned by the government. But you don't know that because they don't want you to know.
We cannot and must not, and we will not, let our auto industry simply vanish. And so today I'm announcing that my administration will offer GM and Chrysler a limited additional period of time to work with creditors, unions, and other stakeholders to fundamentally restructure in a way that would justify an investment of additional taxpayer dollars. During this period, they must produce plans that would give the American people confidence in their long-term prospects for success. So I know that when people hear the word bankruptcy, it can be unsettling. So let me explain exactly what I mean. What I'm talking about is using our existing legal structure as a tool that, with the backing of the U.S. government, can make it easier for General Motors and Chrysler to quickly clear away old debts that are weighing them down so that they can get back on their feet and onto a path to success. A tool that we can use even as workers staying on the job, building cars that are being sold. What I'm not talking about is a process where a company is simply broken up, sold off, and no longer exists. We're not talking about that. And what I'm not talking about is a company that's stuck in court for years, unable to get out. If you buy a car from Chrysler or General Motors, You will be able to get your car serviced and repaired just like always. Your warranty will be safe. In fact, it will be safer than it's ever been because starting today, the United States government will stand behind your warranty.
All the companies in this world, it doesn't matter what name they come in. International Monetary Fund, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the European Bank, the Asian Bank, the Africa Development Bank. It doesn't matter. The people in the government own all of them. They are the ones who make the laws for those companies to do. But they don't want you to understand that. Why don't they want you to understand that? Because if you understand that the government, whether it be your city, local government, state government, country government, example, United States government, owns all the companies in this world, you are going to realize that you, as the public, are in a monopoly and that you can never succeed. So what will you do? You will try to create your own company and counter their evil practices. And if you are countering their evil practices with righteousness, they are going to be eviscerated. Does that make sense? So that's why if you are not a member of the family of lineages of this world, you can never be in a position of saying governor, senator, House of Representatives, or a president. But they have to make you believe all these lies because they do not want you to go and establish your own company in righteousness and be a rival and counter to them, which is going to eviscerate them, because everybody can see it that the government of this world is evil. But they have made you to believe that if you work hard enough, that you can change it, but you cannot, because as we have taught you, you can never change something that you do not own. But they make you believe this. That is why they bring about elections, to make you believe that a company that you do not own in the government, you go and try to elect, let's say, a senator, a House of Representative member, all right, a governor or a president. By you going into the election, you believe that you are making changes, that you can change the way things work. Why do they make you believe that? So you never go and make your own and counter them. Because you cannot make changes to something you do not own. But they have to make you believe this. So that's why they set up elections. They will even promote you. Let's say, for example, somebody outside, which is not a part of government, has a business and has been able to push that business along, that it's growing very well, and he makes some money, right? And then he starts having thoughts of being maybe a governor or House of Representative member or a senator or president. And he starts using his money to try to get into those places. They will welcome you, all right? And say you should go along. Also that you can tell a story that seems organic when it's not organic. Because at the end of the day, no matter what money you make, when you are not a part of the families and lineages of kings in this world, you will run out the money. Why? Because the evil families, which Donald Trump belongs to, print money. Saying with such people as Obama, they print money, but they have to make you believe that they do not print money by saying, oh, let's talk to the people to donate some money for this campaign, like Obama did when he was trying to be president, which he wasn't trying. He was already selected, elected, is all arranged. He's part of the families. If you're not part of those families, you can never be president. But they have to make the public believe otherwise. So they go on a campaign just to make you believe that bullshit. They are trying to gather money from the public, and you stupid, evil public person, you make $1,000. You say, I believe in Obama. You send him $100 to his campaign promises. They send you an email back, say, thank you very much. So you believe that your stupid $100 and contribution from other people made Obama president. That is how they deceive you not to know the truth.
Right now, Jessica, how does all this compare with what the Republican presidential candidates raised over the past 3 months?
Well, simply, it dwarfs the numbers that the Republicans have raised so far. Let's compare apples to apples. So just the amount of money raised for the Obama campaign alone, let's take out the money raised for the Democratic Party. The president raised more than $47 million in just 3 months. Now add all the money the major Republican candidates who reported. Michelle Bachmann has not reported. So 6 candidates taken together have raised about $37.5 million. Okay, and now let's break down the president's numbers even further. His haul comes from more than 550,000 individual donors, we're told by the campaign. And according to the campaign, 98% of those donations were in the amount of $250 or less. That's small donors. Now, that's according to the campaign. We have to look at those numbers ourselves and analyze it. But if that's true, that shows grassroots enthusiasm. That's the kind of enthusiasm that matters in a campaign. That's what they said they were looking for. That could translate to a lot more donations down the line. Here's campaign manager Jim Messina warning the grassroots, though, that despite all these big numbers so far, don't get complacent. Now, that's one side of the story. American Crossroads, you've heard of them. That's that top conservative outside spending group. They say, quote, the $1 billion Obama team will far outspend the Republican outside groups, and they call that, from Jim Messina, a, quote, fundraising hook.
Now, let's not forget that President Obama supporters have outside spending groups that they've created as well, just like the Republicans have done. All right, so what's the downside of the Obama campaign making such a big deal about these numbers?
There are a few things. First of all, Republicans are already dinging the president for campaigning. He's been doing it already. Prior to the debt talks, he did no fewer than 30 fundraisers in 3 months, many on the same trip that he also did official events so that the campaign did not pick up the whole travel tab. Also, a number of Democratic donors have complained to me that they think it's unseemly for the president's campaign to be boasting now of such a fat fundraising haul during what are grim economic times when people are out of jobs and when Washington, frankly, can't get its act together to avoid a default. And then finally, there is what you point out, Wolf, that there is plenty of Democratic money going to outside spending groups on the Democratic side. Here's just one. Clearly, that's a Democratic message. So when we talk about undisclosed donors, they're coming on both sides of the aisle.
Now, the president doesn't even have a Democratic challenger for the party's nomination, unlike Jimmy Carter, who did have a Democratic challenger, Ted Kennedy, as a lot of us will remember. So he's raising a ton of money right now. Thanks very much, Jessica.
They print money freely. They have a printing machine that prints dollars, whatever currency that they want. You, who as a hardworking person will work to get that money, right? Don't have a printer to print the money. But they will make you believe that this is the way things are. Why? So you, the hard worker, do not know that you have been deceived and that you are lied to. And then you come to the conclusion, I'm going to start my own company and remove all the evil that these evil people have done with righteousness and do things right, correctly, the way it's supposed to be done. So, do you understand what we're saying now? You can never be anything in government because government is a company owned by someone. If you did not establish that company, which is the government, example in the government of the United States of America, you will never allow an employee to come up to the rank of being equal to you, the owner of the company, example in the United States government. Does that make sense now? Everything they teach you on how this world works especially as a lot of us have been made to come to believe in elections and government, is all a lie. Once you come to understand that every institution or organization in this world is a company owned by someone, and that you can never allow someone who is not a member of your family or an heir of your family to own something you make. You will never allow a stranger to come and own something that you created yourself. But through training us wrongly not to understand how things work, you have believed the lie. You can only make a change in something that is your own. Pay attention to the words. You can only make a change to something that is your own. If you have a problem with your tooth, you can't go and repair someone else's tooth to fix your problem. You go and fix the problem with your tooth. Does that make sense? But you've not been taught. So every time you go and say that you're going to an election to vote someone into office to make a change for you, you have been deceived. The person that you're voting for, you do not know. He's not a member of your family. He has no connection with you. How is he going to make a change that affects you? He's not your son. He's not your brother. He's not your mother. He's not your father. He's not your sister. Do you understand that now? Real change starts from you making your own. So, continuing on here, one of the things we have to share with you so you fully understand is this also. All right? As you're looking at the chart right here, you can see that it says government, the heads and owners of all companies are the government. The government directly controls the media companies, which they own, and law enforcement companies. Because everything is compartmentalized and secrets are kept even down to the family members who will not know how they are related, as we have shown you earlier. All of this is done so that nobody can reveal what is going on and who is in control. So because everybody is keeping secrets, either they are taught to keep secrets or they don't know it by ignorance, right? They still have to be controlled. So what's the best way for the family elites, the controllers of the families, the heirs of the families, the leaders of the families, of the lineages of kings, to control their own population and the public? The only way to do that is for them to directly control the media companies and law enforcement companies, right? So if someone goes out of line, they directly can create and fabricate a story on them, or if somebody is not doing what they want in their companies, they can use the media to fabricate a story, and then law enforcement is used to track the fabricated story and arrest, judge, or kill someone that is not doing what they're supposed to do based on the orders given to them by the government, who are the heirs and leaders of the families who own all the companies in this world. Does that make sense? So therefore, the only companies that the government directly controls, and the others, they sublet it to members of their families who have their own specialization to do whatsoever in any company. The government directly controls the media and law enforcement. So that is why every news that you hear, the BBC gives you a report, the CNN gives you a report, Fox gives you a report, the government directly controls that. Because that is the only way that they can control everybody else, based on the fact that nobody else knows what's going on except them. They can fabricate a story or create any story and use law enforcement to follow up on the story, just to make sure that they control whosoever is in their companies, as you've come to understand that all institutions and organizations are companies owned by someone.
Horn of Africa now, Eritrea. It is isolated and underreported since the government shut down all private media outlets in 2001. The country has been embroiled in a series of regional disputes too. There was the war with neighbouring Ethiopia, which ended 10 years ago, but having claimed more than 100,000 lives. Jane Dutton went to interview Eritrea's president, Isaias Afwerki.
Mr. President, in December, the United Nations imposed sanctions on Eritrea for what they say was supporting armed groups like Al-Shabaab in Somalia. Do you feel as though you've been unfairly victimized?
It's a mockery of justice and history. In our political culture, we've never believed, and we don't believe, religion is an alternative or substitute for political, social, economic problems in any one country or any society. We've never entertained the idea of Sharia being a solution or Islam being a solution, as many may like to appreciate. How possibly can one blame Eritrea for sympathizing or supporting one group against the other in Somalia? We've never done that.
Why would the United Nations and the African Union say that this is what you are doing, that you're supporting?
Where are these evidences in the first place? What are they saying? That's where I come to say this is a mockery of justice.
Are you using Somalia as a battleground to fight Ethiopia?
It's not a battleground with Ethiopia. This border issue was a senseless conflict instigated by the United States in the first place, for the record.
If Ethiopia were to withdraw from Badme, that's the border town that you are referring to, if they had to withdraw from that, would you then take this country off the war footing?
It's not a problem with Ethiopia. We've never had any problems with Ethiopia. We worked with these people for almost 2 decades to remove a government in Ethiopia. And we wanted to see a relationship between Eritrea and Ethiopia based on mutual respect and commonality of interest, and we worked for decades for that. And now we're talking about a misguided policy of the United States that wants to create crisis here, political problems here and there, and micromanage those problems.
All those allegations leveled against Eritrea about being one of the main backers behind destabilizing this region, destabilizing the Horn of Africa. Is that not true?
Who is destabilizing the Horn of Africa? Who has been supporting warlords in Somalia for the last 20 years? Who has intervened in Somalia, invaded Somalia? Who has wanted to put governments from outside? We have 3 strategic interventions the last 8 or 10 years where people have tried to impose governments from outside.
And that's not what you're doing in this region.
This is destabilizing Somalia, and by destabilizing Somalia, you destabilize the region.
So in the clip that we're going to play for you of a senator in Nigeria explaining the fact that the Nigerian Senate is run as a cult, in Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, that's a name, who had a problem with the Senate president in Nigeria called Senator Godswill Akpabio. What you have to understand is this. Most of the news that you hear in government, or let's say drama in government, or any problems that they have in government, is actually fabricated, is not real. The real issues never get to the media. The media is only used to shape the minds of people to actually believe that the government in some way is working for them, when it is in no way, shape, or form working for you. It is only working for you to believe that they are working for you, so you do not go and create your own company or government and do things right for yourself and your own people. So when you're going to listen to this story, because the source of this story, the reason for even Senator Natasha having a problem with Godswill Akpabio, the Senate President of Nigeria in 2025 or 2026, she is going to talk about the fact that she was being either in some way being abused, or let's say an intention to abuse, and that is the reason for the issue that she had. What you have to understand is this, is that we are so far from reality, because when you look at Senator Natasha here, you can tell this is a half-mixed animal. If not for all the poisons fed to us, this Senator Natasha, which is claimed to be very beautiful, right, would have hair all over her face and grow a tail. But in today's world, we are so far from reality that people, or beings, let's call them beings, love the idea that they are mixed. They love the idea of being closer to an animal than being mankind. This is one of the reasons that was given, that because Senator Natasha is so beautiful, that is why the Senate President of Nigeria in 2025 to 2026 in Godswill Akpabio was trying as much as possible to either abuse her or intend to abuse her, so she could not function well as a senator. But listen to the story, because at the end of the day, all what we're trying to show you here is that the whole entire structure of world control and power is based on the ideologies of a cult. Because cults have what? They have rules, regulations, guidelines that everybody must adhere to, because a cult has a plan. The rules, regulations, laws, and guidelines is a plan to achieve a purpose and a goal. And that purpose and goal is that at all times, that the people must have loyalty to the lineages of kings, and not to themselves or the people, to do things right and correctly. Let's continue on now.
Petition is in my name against the President of the Nigerian Senate, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, for sexual harassment, abuse of office, and malicious obstruction of my legislative functions. You may recall, sir, that on Friday in Arise TV, I did make some statements. And I have decided to narrow these statements in a formal petition against the President of this Senate. So if it may please you, I would humbly step forward and lay this petition.
You may proceed.
This is in court now.
Distinguished colleagues, this petition is hereby referred to the Committee on Code of Conduct, Ethics and Public Petitions to revert to the Senate as soon as practicable.
Petition.
Any other petition? Yes.
It started in the year 2023 on the 8th of December. We were at his country home. He was taking me around his house. My husband was walking behind us, held my hand. And then we got to this particular room where when he noticed my husband was a few steps away, he then squeezed my hands in a very suggestive way. We're women, we know what it means when a man squeezes his hands, squeezes our hands in a suggestive way. And he went, I'll make an opportunity for us to come here and have a good moment, along that line. And then I just took my hands off and I looked back. I saw my husband was near us. My husband looked at me as if he heard some part of that, but he wasn't so sure. So he looked at him as well. And then the Senate President, of course, sensing the awkward moment, now said, oh, there's a chapel over there as well. Let's go, let me show you the chapel. He had a chapel in his house. So we went there. So my husband asked me a few moments afterwards, what did he tell you? And I didn't want to cause any friction because we were very good friends. My husband respected him a whole lot. So I said, you know what, Natasha, hold this up, resist it. It's going to be fine. You can manage it. What I thought I was going to manage just didn't seem so. Episode after episode, moments after moment.
So it was multiple times?
Yeah, it was multiple times.
Did the Senate President ever make any sort of advances towards you in the chamber or in the Senate?
Yes, in front of senators. He's done that. There was a time I forgot to wear my ring. I rushed to work, forgetting to wear my ring. And there were about 5 senators there. And he was, oh, Natasha, you're not wearing your ring. Is this an invitation to treat? And then there was another time he made a statement like, Natasha, your husband is really enjoying. It looks like you'll be able to make good movements with your waist.
So the Senate President said this?
He says that, yeah. He makes such sexy statement, and then they all laugh.
When the Senate President allegedly made this comment to you, there were other senators present?
Yeah. They said, in the Senate, we're all men. She should be used to this.
How did the other senators respond to that?
Just laugh. The culture of shaming a woman who dares speak of something that is like a taboo is real. And that is that culture we must break and shred.
So when you presented your petition for sexual harassment, it was dismissed by the Senate on procedural grounds. They said it was inadmissible because you signed it yourself. Were you aware that this was a requirement?
No. They said that I had no right to sign the petition myself. I am not supposed to sign my petition because a senator is receiving petitions from her or his constituents. But here, first time in the history of Nigeria, a senator is laying a sexual harassment petition seeking justice. When I submitted the petition on the 5th of March 2025, I was suspended. The the next day from the Nigerian Senate.
The Senate say that you were suspended for, quote, gross misconduct and unruly behavior, and not because you brought sexual harassment allegations against the Senate president. How would you respond to that?
When they say my suspension was as a result of gross misconduct, that is not true. We have seen senators shout, scream, use insultive words, fight, tear each other's clothes, but they were not suspended. So I believe also again that I am being victimized. My suspension is a means of silencing me. You see, in the Nigerian Senate, it operates like a cult. Even the opposition have been silenced. You wonder, why is the Nigerian Senate not as vibrant as that of South Africa's or Kenya? I mean, there are other parliaments we see. There is this culture of fear.
Fear of who?
Fear of the institution, fear of the leadership, fear of the Senate president. I mean, if you confront the Senate president or if you express contrary views, you risk a chance of being stripped of your privileges. You will not speak. If you are a member of certain committees, like what happened to me, you will be removed. You will be sidelined of very important programs that you think could help project your own expertise. You will be cut off a lot of privileges. And that is undemocratic.
You see, in the Nigerian Senate, it operates like a cult. Even the opposition have been silenced. You wonder, why is the Nigerian Senate not as vibrant as that of South Africa's or Kenya? I mean, there are other parliaments we see. There is this culture of fear.
Fear of who?
Fear of the institution, fear of the leadership, fear of the Senate president. I mean, if you confront the Senate president or if you express contrary views, you risk a chance of being stripped of your privileges. You will not speak. If you are a member of certain committees, like what happened to me, you will be removed. You will be sidelined of very important programs that you think could help project your own expertise. You will be cut off a lot of privileges. And that is undemocratic.
You see, in the Nigerian Senate, it operates like a cult. Even the opposition have been silenced. You wonder, why is the Nigerian Senate not as vibrant as that of South Africa's or Kenya? I mean, there are other parliaments we see. There is this culture of fear. Fear of who? Fear of the institution, fear of the leadership, fear of the Senate president. I mean, if you confront the Senate president or if you express contrary views, you risk a chance of being stripped of your privileges. You will not speak. If you are a member of certain committees, like what happened to me, you will be removed. You will be sidelined of very important programs that you think could help project your own expertise. You will be cut off a lot of privileges. And that is undemocratic.
You see, in the Nigerian Senate, it operates like a cult. Even the opposition have been silenced. You wonder, why is the Nigerian Senate not as vibrant as that of South Africa's or Kenya? I mean, there are other parliaments we see. There is this culture of fear.
Fear of who?
Fear of the institution, fear of the leadership, fear of the Senate president. I mean, if you confront the Senate president or if you express contrary views, you risk a chance of being stripped of your privileges. You will not speak. If you are a member of certain committees, like what happened to me, you will be removed. You will be sidelined of very important programs that you think could help project your own expertise. You will be cut off a lot of privileges. And that is undemocratic.
So the short clip we played for you was of a senator in Nigeria called Senator Natasha. And Senator Natasha is a senator in the Nigerian Senate system in the year 2025 to 2026 as you're listening to this recording. Senator Natasha had a problem with the Senate president, which is called Godswill Akpabio. And she made these statements in the sense that the Nigerian Senate operates like a cult because people don't understand this. That's why we're showing you all these videos. And as we've always told you, if you've never grown up and lived in Africa for at least 11 years of your life, you have no idea about reality and how things really work, because all the nations outside of Africa are controlled by Africans, and they are using those propaganda states to make the Africans not to understand their reality and know how to think. So if you're listening to a stupid Black American talk, or any evil demon albino, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, try to teach you about reality, they are all teaching you lies because they have never lived in Africa, and you will never have the understanding. So here, Senator Natasha, as we played the short clip, tells you that the Nigerian Senate is run like a cult, a fraternity, because this is the reality. If you do not belong to the members of the families, as Senator Natasha here belongs, you can never be in government. So everything they tell you, say, come and vote, elections, so on and so forth, is to deceive you from knowing that truth. Because no matter how much money you have as an individual and you try to get into government to make real changes, because that's what they have made us to believe, that you can only make changes when you're in government, when you can make changes by starting your own company and doing business the right way and doing it correctly in righteousness. They make you believe that the changes that you can make comes from government. So no matter how much money you make, they print money freely. So you run broke. Because if you were to get a form to be a senator, House of Representative, or governor, or president, it runs into millions of dollars. That is why they had to set up the false campaign. Because the more campaigns you go, the more money you spend. You're not going to have that kind of money except you're printing money freely. All to lie to you, so you actually do believe that making real differences comes from you still walking the system and trying to change it, instead of you establishing your own in righteousness and working it, because you can never change anything that is not your own. Let's continue now, because we're leading you somewhere for you to understand what's going on, so you can understand how they can manufacture rice, which is the number one poisons fed to us. So demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed and quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals, do not grow their tails and animal features. So you can understand how the whole supply chain and the production chain works, because everything is compartmentalized, which means keeping secrets on how things are made. And as you have come to understand this, for it to be possible for anything to be compartmentalized, it has to be of a necessity that someone owns the whole entire chain of production of what we get. Let's continue on.
I really wish it didn't have to go down like this. Stark R&D is no joke. The sonic taser thing is legit. But this I'm really feeling.
Eric, why?
Better question. Why wear the uniform of your own oppressors? Fight for them? Die for them?
Kid, you gotta be part of the system to change the system.
Nah, you could burn it down.